Hello, everybody, and welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3, the group stage. My name is Zoe, and I'm joined by the amazing Zach, the two Z's, bringing you here a match that's not going to be a sleeper. Falcons Vega versus Heroic Valkyries. Very high stakes for one of these teams that's on the verge of relegation back to contenders. Zach, how are you feeling, and what do you feel about the match we have in store for us today?
Personally, I'm feeling really excited to be here with you, casting this banger of a game, of course. And secondly, I mean, you talked about how for Heroic Valkyries, it's kind of like a do or die game. They've got to be able to win this to keep control of their destiny. But also for Falcons, they're having like quite a run in this group stage so far, starting with a 2-0 game on the first day, and yesterday or the previous time they played as well a couple days ago, they were able to beat Giants X, who was the other undefeated team in the group so far. So right now they are the team dominating, I would say, in this group B. It's going to be exciting to see if anybody can put a stop to them. And like you said, for Heroic, it's do or die. They got to be able to perform today to make sure they aren't the ones relegated, because everybody else has won a game.
Oh, for sure. If there's any time to step up, it would be now, and it would be an upset to say the least, right? I will say there's hope, right? The Valiant GC game was a very close 2-0 for Falcons Vega, both 14-12s. And then Heroic was able to push it to a map 3 against Valiant GC. So, just equations, calculations, caster math in the back of the brain. And it does have a possibility for me, especially when we look at the map picks later on. But for now, we should probably introduce the two teams that are competing today. If there were those that may be newer to the scene or getting acquainted with these opponents, starting out with Falcons of Vega. You know them, you love them. We got Ava, we got Madvi, we got Mary, we got Sandra, and we got Toki.
You said it, Falcons. They've been consistently the ones chasing the heels of G2 this year, looking to defeat them and put their name on a trophy. So far, at least, G2 have been frustrating them, but this team has been growing stronger by the power. I mean, last year in Contenders, we already saw Madvi kind of showing glimmers of the kind of IGO she could be for this team. And with them signing Toki this year as well, Toki transitioning successfully from that duelist role to that controller role, I think this team has just been looking incredible in terms of firepower. Sandra as well, really leveling up on that Cypher. Just a player you never know when she's going to be leaping at you from the lurk positions. I think this team has really shown that they have the experience to go and compete at the top. And so far, like you talked about, they've been the one kind of just running it down in this group.
Oh, for sure. I feel like it's just kind of ceremonious this time for like duelists to become cracked controller players, but their opponents they have to get past today are Heroic Valkyries, which has the amazing roster of Celia, Lyda, Adora, Fluxy, and Super Frog. And we were talking about the differences between these two squads, right? This core has only been together really since stage 2, since they kind of were picked up by Heroic Valkyries. And obviously there's that one small change of Flux that we'll get to later, but otherwise I still feel like they have a lot of potential. They're still building that kind of team synergy and momentum. And I mentioned if there's a time for it to click, what they've been practicing in scrims, practicing at that boot camp that JT kind of told us about in Discord servers, then it's now.
Definitely agree. They've got to be able to pull this one through. And I mean, you said it, it's a very challenging opponent. It's the undefeated hitherto group leader that they've got to take down here. But I mean, Valkyries come back from the dead, or they form after the dead. So they're not quite dead yet. I don't know where this metaphor is going, but either way, it's do or die at this point. So they've got to be able to pull this one out of the hat. As for Falcons, I mean, head to head, we were talking a lot about the explosive duelists in the pre-show that both these teams have. And I mean, this is from stage 2. You can see that Mary and Adora, both the respective duelist players for the team. I mean, Mary completely outfragging Adora. I think that could also be attributed to her playing a few more maps, I would say. But mostly, it's just the sheer amount of damage consistently that Mary's able to output. That's like half a kill by itself. So it's definitely something to watch out for. And I think in stage 2, at least, Mary, in terms of the statistics, was looking a little bit better. But we also got the stats from stage 3 here, from the 2 games that each of these teams have respectfully played. And I mean, there's still a little bit of a difference for sure, but Adora is definitely catching up. And even if you look at the agents they favor, right? Like looking at the maps they played as well, I really like that Mary is leaning more into her jet on a lot of these maps, especially on Abyss. I really do like that the jet play is coming out to thrive here. And for Adora as well, whenever she's been on that race, she's kind of been able to open up the site very, very efficiently, especially on maps like Sunset.
And for me personally, a difference I wanted to highlight for the side of Heroic Valkyries was the addition of this new member Fluxy. Because yes, you might think the Duelist is superior, but there's been improvements made on the Heroic Valkyrie side. Love Ori, but Fluxy statistically higher player. It's a little bit different of a role, obviously. Ori was kind of a fill between that Sentinel, like playing Killjoy, and the Astra fill if it was more of an Astra map over an Omen map, versus Fluxy coming in and is primarily on that controller. So I'm interested to see how these differences are going to come out in the server. Maybe somebody that Adora can rely on a little bit more to pick up the slack, alongside Laia, who's been having insane maps also kind of the top of the leaderboard, even if they're losing. So those are the two players that I'm going to be keeping an eye out on for the Heroic Valkyries side. But Zach, I think we need to look at what the battleground for this best of 3 is going to be, because we were both like, huh? What? What is Heroic Valkyries doing? I'm not quite sure, but we are going to find out. That is for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the map veto because, like you said, I think that a team with, I would say Falcons at this point is a team with a little bit more experience and, like you said, synergy. They've also had their share of new players joining, but Toki was somebody who joined more towards the beginning of the year, a little bit earlier, I would say, than Fluxy. So I do think that looking at the veto, first map gonna be selected by Heroic. It's gonna be Abyss, and this is a bit of a question mark because we saw Falcons play this map against Giants X and they looked very comfortable on it. As for Heroic, we haven't seen this at all coming in from this completely new territory.
Yeah, no,
Map number 1.
For me, like, I already knew that the map picks were going to be kind of iffy here for Heroic because Lotus banned outright. That was their kind of good map, so to say, when you look at their record over stage 2 and so far into the stage 3. But now they're picking 2 maps they haven't even played, or like one obviously picked by Falcons, which is Abyss and Haven. So for me, my hope now lies in Fear the Unknown, maybe, perhaps for as structured as kind of, I guess, researched as a team that Fools might have equipped against Heroic Valkyries. That could all get thrown out the window once they get into the map, and it's going to rely on that kind of on-the-fly calling from MadV, truly testing their IGLing and their developments.
Yeah, I mean, I think MadV has gotten like even better in that aspect compared to like stage 1 or last year for sure. So very excited to see what Falcons are going to look like. But MadV looked really comfortable in that calling, in that driver's seat the last time they did play this map. So Heroic selecting it. I mean, it could be that they have some secret strats prepped. It was like their ace on the hole and they're finally pulling it out in this kind of desperate situation for their team. Gotta win the map here, being their map pick. But we were also talking about this before we headed into the stream, Sophie, about how Heroic, they're able to win that map 1, but they don't have that carrying forward momentum or, you know, the power to be able to see this through for all 3 maps. So makes things a little bit more complicated, I would say. Today, they've got to be able to pull it forward. But yes, it starts with them being able to win this map 1, a map that Falcons have demonstrated their proficiency on before. Because map 2, again, it's a question mark because, like you were saying, Heroic, they haven't played Haven either so far this year. So it's going to be looking a little bit iffy, I would say, seeing that it is Falcons pick, and Falcons at least have looked very comfortable on the map so far.
And I'll say it, I'm nervous if this goes to a map 3. It's 1 and 4 for the side of Heroic Valkyries this year alone. So I agree with you. I think they have to take Falcons big a map pick, maybe you get a random 2-0, random upset. Because if it goes to map 3, I'm a little bit wary. I mean, they've tried out some different compositions with the addition of Fluxy coming back into the pool, you know, switching from a Gecko comp to instead that no duelist Clove for Lida, who kind of tapping into that fraggage. But this is what I wanted to get into, was the agent select. The Astra pick for Fluxy, that's a big difference compared to the Omen. Fluxy is just confident on this agent, and I'm not quite sure. I don't think we're in the 5-star patch yet, but I'm excited because I think their comp's gonna get buffed tenfold when that happens.
Yeah, thank God. Astra finally being playable again. Who would have thought? But W4, this game, finally, you know, giving my girls some love makes me very happy. At some point, I did make that little bit of a switch from playing Omen to Astra just because of that global utility. But yeah, her losing a star really made her suck more compared to like other agents. But now they got Astra back on board, more playable, I would say, with that 5th star being added. And looking at these team comps right now, there's a lot of utility that's going to be available from this Heroic side. You know, they've got the Sylvan to deal with Sandra's trips. They've got the Breach as well to kind of set up angles for Adora here. And of course, Fluxy for that post plant combined with Tele's flashes or Lida's utility, you know, if that Hunter's Fury is online. Falcons, though, they've gone for a little bit more of a flashy comp, I would say, and as well as just having that KO there. If they can get those 0 points right, it's going to be able to shut down a lot of utility that's available, whether it is in that side take attempt or to deny a retake on this attacker side. I mean, there's a lot that it can do with both of these comps, but, you know, my main eye is on Toki with that Omen. We've kind of seen a display of what she can do in these 2 previous series that Falcons have played, and I mean, if there's a player who has leveled up a lot since the beginning of this year, my award would have to go to Toki. because stage 3 Toki just hits so different.
Completely. My odds are also going to be on Super Frog, right? Switching from the previous stage on that kind of fill agent that was playing a lot of Initiator, maybe even some Duelist when Split was in the pool, to now primarily the Sentinel. I know they have the firepower to back it up, and we'll see how they get tested here already. Them creeping up on the Cypher's site, and the dash is good for now. So is that Astra Star, just to allow Super Frog to inch further and further to try and deny this space. But they've taken backside space. They found that grounds elsewhere. Nice pop flash, isolates and pins down Super Frog. So that's already one frag favoring Falcons Vega. That's already the plant now coming through in tow, but they're challenging head on. And so far, so good from Sile. 3 kills on the round, doing it all, and that buys enough time now for the flanks to come through, where Sandra tries to hold their own, but eventually they will fall to the sheer numbers advantage Heroic had, and that's a pistol.
Beautiful play from Sealer. They're just catching the timing, catching 3 members of Falcon, in fact, completely off guard after getting that first kill. And I mean, beautiful work. Flexi gets the first kill, causes the distraction, and now Sealer just swings, able to catch Toki as well as Mati completely off guard because of that instant kill onto Eva there. And I mean, you said it, Sandra did her best to 1v4, gets the first 2, but the flank, Lyda just timing it perfectly and enabling the defuse to come through here for Sealer, really charging up that breach. So it's almost halfway there already. So pretty impressive, I would say, coming through. That said, though, Heroic now really buying up the best 2 Outlaws is what I can see for this team, along with 3 Bulldogs. So very, very heavy investment. Recon going to spot out a couple of players here from the Falcons side. And Falcons themselves, well, not too big an investment. Just a Marshall as well as a Sheriff.
Yeah, see if they can squeak away with any kind of heroic eco play. Here with this Marshall. Posted up from Mary. Fortunately, Heroic Valkyries know better than to eat off more than they can chew here. They're just going to tuck away, save, like you said, these better weapons for when the time comes, for when the site execute comes. But because Mary didn't see anybody here towards mid, that's the answer. That's the call from Mad V, is for Falcons to get a scale up through here instead. They don't have to invest any utility during it either. Fortunately, Trap Wire is going to catch this off. My question is to be, what's the response from Heroic once that Trap Wire is destroyed? Here it comes. The Astra, the utility, and the swing from the Outlaw. All perfect from Super Frog to start denying the space.
Oh,
look at this. Sealy from the 3K dropped and donating a Bulldog. It's going to be a lot of weight here now on the other Outlaw, Adora. And they are delivering here. Sniper Rifle versus Sniper Rifle, perhaps, but Mary says, all right, the Outlaw is better than the Marshall, and they continue this pivot to A.
Yeah, once we gotta take it forward now, though. 3v4 situation. Still numbers advantage for Heroic. And Lyda on side could play spoil sport. Gets both of the kills and buys enough time for Dora to circle around here. Around for Heroic, only losing 1 player in the process. Yeah, they lose Bulldog, but all things considered, it's going to be a pretty strong bonus that they can put together for this round. And it starts with Super Frog finding this kill. Also, just the consistent pressure that Adora keeps up from CT and this positioning that Lyda had, just anchoring down on that site. Really, really good round coming in from Heroic, able to read and adapt to the enemy, pushing through mid and taking that space early on. That said, though, Falcons finally going to be having their full buy. Nobody really close to an ult here. But I think that you can also see that Cypher charging through here for Sandra. I think in the kind of retake situation, the breach ult not quite close to coming into fruition. And Silly, I mean, that did contribute to it, but only having a Sheriff for this run gonna make things tough here. Timing on this peak gonna be everything. Fluxy might be caught out in the open, but that smoke is gonna keep them safe. And now you can see that KO just what Falcons are choosing to prioritize.
And that's where I was kind of wondering what was going to happen. 0 Point not catching much off guard, so they don't have much info in terms of if the Cypher utility is even here just yet. Gonna have to trust here in the swing. And so far, you can also trust in the drone. You can trust in Ava, and looks like they are trying to dash in, and they're gonna dash potentially right into a trap wire, is my guess. The recall star, they are on top at least, so the cages are gonna buy some time so that nobody is caught unawares here from the Heroic side. Waiting for them to drop, waiting for them to have the jump here, and unfortunately, Fluxy doesn't. Leap, they fall. Now look at this, the backstab opportunity from Toki as well. This is looking like a really good post point for Falcons Vega now.
Bulldog picked up here by Super Frog on the street tech. Still not the best weapon that you really want to have, especially when you got Mary waiting with this Guardian ready to hit the headshots. There's going to be that aftershock coming to clear on site, but everybody is off site right now. Already Super Frog looking to stick the spike here. Able to get half of it through, not quite exactly. And Falcons across the board, they get the kills. The Lurk cooking in as well. Adora doing her best, able to shoot down Mary at the very least. But the rest of Falcons, they answer in kind here. Keep 4 of themselves alive. Really nice buy round, and that's going to be huge for their economy. They've also got the neural thefts online finally. And unfortunately for the opposite side, just no ults. Beautiful shot by Mary to open things off here.
Yeah, I mean, we look back to that pistol, and it was a heroic play from Sele, more on the retake attempt. I think that's what the team was waiting for. But Mary, instead of pushing their own agenda, pushing past that boundary before Spike even gets planted, is going to give that advantage really early on in the post plan. You also have the contingency plan, obviously, of Toki later on, and they didn't need any of it. So now, what is this? Pop play off of the buy round, actually, from Heroic, trying to catch these players off guard, but instead just going to accelerate the A hit here.
Already Joan gonna be taking up a lot of space along with Mary, just using it to be able to push forward. Here comes the null command as well, additional backup to shut down any defenders who might try to rush through here. And that's gonna mean no utility, no smokes, and nothing that's really there to deny the space. The smoke going away, although forcing Mary to play more up close towards CT. Already 4 players from the defenders here. Mary looking to take that first contact, trying to find that space here. 3 players pushing forward here. 1-for-1 trade though, but now Heroic, they're able to tag out Mary as well. Now fighting for her life, gets taken down by Sele. Toki though, able to deny that flank. Here comes Sandra. After getting that kill, Neural Theft to come into play. 2v3 situation. They've got to deny this defuse. It's not really planted for them though, and already 2 players, 1 versus 1. It's all up to Toki here. We've seen Heroics, but there's just no time. Only 1 kill to come out, and Heroic, they get the 3rd round on board here. Successful retake comes through.
I loved the patience there out of Heroic. I said that they thrive kind of on these retake attempts with maximum utility, so they kind of wait for that null command to not have as broad of an impact there, and then just winning out these duels, taking care of Mary, expecting now that proactivity here, and maybe even just an overextension punished as well. I think you mentioned there were maybe mistakes that led to that Valiant 2-0 being as close as it was, that 14-12 OT. That could be how we're going to start framing it for Falcons Vega. Is all right, how far are they pushing? Mary, right? The prior round had huge impact off of that, playing up elevated on B. Lat round, they got punished. They got burned for it off of that no command aggression. So now, 3-1. Still having a bye because, as mentioned, how healthy that last 2 rifle round was. But now, see what they can do on the repeat A exec.
See how it goes. Shock darts to try and cause a little bit of chip damage. Nothing really connecting though. And this pixel angle caught by Mary, but it's Adora to win out that fight here. Clean shot to come through. Almost expecting it. And Sandra on the lurk this time around. Not able to catch out anybody because Heroic, they're playing more slowly, more disciplined. Probably wanting to take up space or cause pressure. Cap not broken though. Sandra looking to maybe assume that the site looks a little bit emptier, but 2 players sitting completely silent from Heroic, just waiting to see what they can do. They've got the Astra Stars, they've got the utility as well onto site to try and help them with the fight, including the one-way cage. But this, I think it's going to spot out, but nobody as of yet because it's just a quiet crawl up here. Cam gets broken as the first Q. That 0 point not going to connect with the Cyphers. The Super Frog's utility got to be remaining active onto site. Got to be able to slip through the gaps with the help of these cyber cages. Actually get onto top with the elevated angle. The paranoia though, it connects, and now it has to be Super Frog to win out the fight. It's only going to get 1 number still in favor of the defenders here. Heroic going 2-for-1. Just Eva as well as Madvi alive right now against 4 players. They've got the Rolling Thunder as well. 15 seconds left. What do you think they could do?
They will be able to secure the plant, so that's 1 box checked, but here comes the flood, and it really is going to take Heroics or perfect coordination, and with their positions pinged out, it's just going to be the double swing, the high, low, and you cannot dismantle that here from Heroic and these retakes. And I mean, at that point, what really stood out to me was the difference there in the positioning from Super Frog compared to the last time we saw that exact cage usage. Mary was instead on the top of this stack of boxes, right? So they couldn't find that full impact of the cages of the utility like they perhaps were hoping to do. But regardless, I mean, already losing Marriott, it was going to be hard to force your way back into that site, and that means that you're going to lose them on the entry. They're fortunate that they got the plant, right?
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. I think it did get a little bit dicey in the beginning, but I mean they kept the advantage up. They were more than trading their fair share, so I think that made it a little bit easier. And now Falcons win. The gap is widening so far. It's already 4-1 on an eco round. They still want to be able to call this timeout. I think their goal this round is going to be to bait out some of those ultimates from the Heroic side. They've got 4 of them, 5th one almost ready to go here. The Huntress Fury, the only one kind of missing for Lyda. Couple kills away though, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. And most of these are pretty strong ultimates as well. You've got the high info one with the Neural Theft. Adora, I don't think we're going to be seeing the Bladestorm since the economy is getting better, I would say. But still, I mean, Falcons, they've been making Heroic bleed for these rounds. They haven't gotten as much of a buffer in the eco as you would like after winning 4 out of the 5 rounds here. So I mean, for Falcons, if they can keep the pressure up, Mary's got the Blade Storm, kind of gonna be the tip of the spear here. Get that spike down, get Eva that Huntress Fury. Suddenly, this round turns into like a dream, from like a dream to try and bait out some ultimates to something that's actually viable.
Yeah, I agree. I think they really just need to bait out ultimates because we've seen what Heroic's capable of on the retakes without these ultimates, and now they're gonna have all of them essentially. A lot of the pick, minus maybe Lida, but even they might be able to get a frag or 2 to carry that aggressive. But see what happens for now. I think they're trying to get ahead of this, not allow them to make a play out of that timeout. The Paranoia misses, and so that allows frags to be found. Sandra will fall as Sealy has Adoris back on the escape as well. And now eyes are on Mary, who popped the blades. That was part of the strategy. And they've also been dropped just by a standalone fight from Super Frog. So disjointment, discoordination here on this eco attempt. And you said could be a dream maybe out of that timeout, but it's evolving a little bit into a nightmare. They might get the plant down, which would be a silver lining here. But Madvy's not on site yet.
Yeah, Madvy is the one with the spike. I mean, at least Eva is taking up a lot of space here, not having too much of HP. Now gonna buy a little bit more pressure. Time on the site to be able to get this drone down. Spots out 2 players in heaven, in fact, so they know for a fact there's a lot of players around here. Madvy tries to go in for the swing, but not able to get the kill. Eva, though, gonna be concussed and taken down eventually by Adora. At least able to get 1 kill, denying the flawless here for Heroic, but what a strong round for Heroic. No ultimates used either, so they're gonna be able to carry all of this forward into that round. And I mean, Falcons, with that timeout, hopefully they've been able to find a way to kind of counter this, because I think Heroic, they're feeling the confidence now, starting to go aggressive instead of just anchoring down the site and playing for those retakes. We saw how, you know, powerful those retakes could be by themselves. Now we've also got this measured aggression, and Falcons, we haven't seen any kind of response quite yet from them.
And I think the potential of those ultimates is maybe why it was so unexpected for them to push up. So these start changes in tempo, hard for Falcons Vega to track here. And you can see how the hesitancy from Mary this time, like, all right, make sure they're not pushing, then we'll see what we can do here. Super Frog again, elevated position. I've liked it before. They have Fluxy at their side for that support, but they might get caught off the timing, not there. So Fluxy now feeling that they have to play aggressive. They have to be the hero for this team, and they might just be able to do that. The wings of the jet clipped. They're going to get out scot-free, wait for the retake to come through off of the Rolling Thunder, off of the Cosmic Divide here, perhaps.
Yeah, and I mean, the Cosmic Divide and the Rolling Thunder, it's kind of like such a horrible situation if you think about it. Forget the possibility of the flang. If you're playing far away to avoid the Rolling Thunder, you're gonna get messed up by the Cosmic Divide, so you're forced to play so aggressive here right now. Toki taking that first charge already, the perfect stun to connect the Paranoia, though, might buy a little bit of time here, at least for them to be able to get away. The cage as well, nice way to play around it. They force the Rolling Thunder. Oh my god, still though, Heroic, they're able to sandwich the players between them, and Toki at least getting one, but now a 1v2 has to isolate these fights, not able to do it. Falls is the first hurdle. Lida and Heroic between them are able to get the defuse. Just, you're damned if you peek, you're damned if you don't. Leaving Falcons in it to just brawl it out, and they're not able to do it too well. A nice try, which they buy Falcons, but at least they're able to get the ults out of the way.
Yeah, no, I was holding my breath when I saw 2 players in the cage and, you know, the sneak around here from a door, but then they go back. They dot their I's, they cross their T's, and that's how Heroic crosses that safety net of 6 rounds as well. Obviously, they're not going to be happy with just that. When I looked at their comp, I was like, this is an attack-sided comp. So the fact that they're 6-1 right now on the defense here is huge. The retakes have worked, the aggression has worked. Falcons Vega, I said, struggling to adapt. Like I said, they didn't have any information on this playbook from Heroic Valkyries, and it feels like it's showing a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like they're not able to come up with a viable plan either, because Heroic has just been so good in their protocols. Like you said, on the retake, they've looked flawless. On the aggression tactics as well, they've been able to catch Falcons unprepared. So I think Falcons are going to have to step up a little bit here. Unfortunately, this time around, Economy not looking to be in the greatest spot. They are 1 off of the null command, so that could be an ult that they're looking to charge up for this next round. But as of right now, they've got to be able to at least get that plant down for that Huntress Fury to be able to get value. Or it could be used to try and find an opening kill, but I doubt we'll see it coming through when the Economy is in such a rough spot here. You know, they've got a Guardian as well as a Bulldog, the most effective tools that you have to try and find some opening kills here. But Heroic, on the other hand, they've been more than able to hold their own. And now on this site, you've got both Adora as well as Lida positioned here with the Huntress Fury to try and do some damage. Nobody gonna be really caught out by the 0 point. The recon does catch up 1 player, but Mary has gone aggressive. A question of timing here on the peak. Mary actually able to scale all the way up towards CT as that plant goes down. Adora spam comes through, counter chip done to her as well. She's actually able to catch Madvi out. Very unfortunate kill, because that was the null command. That said, though, Mary still in the corner. I don't think she's been spotted yet. She's going to have to get the kills to make the difference as the retake is going to come in.
They're aware that Mary likes to take this space, and they're trying to deal with it accordingly. The stun, the trade, both follow suit here. They're doing a good job, but you mentioned it. They didn't think they were going to invest these ultimates, but they see a glimmer. They see a chance of winning this, but the punish is good.
Oh my God.
The Sova from Lida, already a player sticking the defuse, and Sandra is left with a Marshall and a Dream here as it's smoked off as well. So they just took it all the way. Toki needs to find a way to not save just the Deagle, and Skilly will kind of bestow that gift upon them at the minimum here as Heroic pull ahead and guarantee a lead at the half.
Just no response from Falcons. And I mean, we were talking, I mean, if you look at the first game the Falcons played as well, right? You could see the difference that it made once their opponent had an operator in their hands. This time around, though, it's going to be another one to come through here for Adora. And I mean, already they've been looking great, but this operator could perhaps be what Falcons need to kind of charge forward onto the site here. Maybe play a little bit more aggressive. The question is, they have the money. Do they have any way to go forward? And this time around, no, it's just going to be the operator. A nice dash back through the side of the map here. Adora really leveraging the way it looks. Here comes the Alchemy to try and shut down the utility. No recons available, at least for a little bit, but the Astra is far away enough that you can still get stars off the site. And despite that that ultimate being invested, no space really going to be found by Falcons off the back of it.
And I would have laughed if the command hit at the exact time they tried to dash and they instead just plummet to their death. But Adora able to get out unscathed, and the rotations aren't fast enough here through mid. Spy Cam has sputtered out. Cypher's gotten back to the B site. And now even Adora might have an opportunity to strike here as they try to fall back towards spawn, maybe repivot to the space Sandra kept hold of. But even that, they kept two players there, the Breach and the Sova. And I mean, Lida, 2 shock darts online. Yes, I have information to see how many players are here main, but it looks like they'll just be ready to take the fight head on, and then you smoke it out. That's the benefit of this global utility from the Astra. They're all the way on B, but they can help you on A.
Paranoia, though, actually gonna connect Sandra. Takes the Lida as well. That said, though, Toki gonna be using that O1O to try and take a little bit more space, try to push forward with the cage. Falcons, they like to run the clock down here. Still, though, numbers in favor until Adora gets that kill, of course, and still anchoring down sight. Madvi at least making it expensive with Sandra. Now the last one left, 1v3, makes it a 1v1, gets the information as well as to where exactly the Astra is. The problem at the time, Thunder goes for the peak, 6 HP left, has to win it out, but the Neural Theft, it actually might have acted against her. And in Heroic, they're able to push that lead even further, saving the operator as well. 8-1. Nice try there by Sandra, but Heroic, they're just so good here.
And I think you're the one that mentioned it, Falcons Vega not afraid of the pushing the timer down, right? But that then added additional stress to Sandra, feel like they had to make a move. But I mean, it's already gonna be hard right out the gate when you lose Mary like that. Huge play from Adora. And if we look at the stats from stage 2, that head-to-head, and stage 3, that head-to-head, nothing is comparing to the Jet difference seeing here right now. 12-6 for Adora. The second time out in the first half, popped by Falcons Vega.
And especially if you think about it, this comp does tend to, again, most comps on this map tend to be a little bit more attacking sided. So with Falcons on the attack right now, struggling so much, you have to be sure that they've got what it takes to at least get a couple of rounds together so it isn't as hard on the defensive side. They've got to be able to put things together right now and figure out a way through this barricade that Heroic are throwing up. Like the Cypher utility, it's been really difficult for them on the B side, especially with how, Super Frog is able to anchor down sight the few times that they've gone there with the help of the cages and the teammate Sephiroth coming in. But now they've got the operator as well to worry about those early frags. We've seen what Adora could do off the back of them. And last round as well, Adora had the Blade Storm. This time it might be a little bit easier, but Falcons, they have to be able to take that space, get that spike down. And I mean, 8-1, they are going to be able to cobble together a buy here. All the players on Light Shield, they've also got like a couple of Guardians instead of actual Vandals here. So very, very challenging. And once again, Heroic, they're going aggressive.
Again, I think every time they take the time out, they're like, all right, let's change up the pace so they can't read into this when they are making these adjustments here. There it is. Jump peek doesn't even spot out Adora, I'm pretty sure, so they might be able to get away, but the crouch from Madvi. The development, the adjustment here is nice. They're just more defaulting more than anything, it feels like, out of this timeout. Now I was going to mention they're not going to have any ultimates, maybe spare a Blade Storm before this half expires, versus Heroic was the one kind of building up and utilizing these ultimates sparingly in order to get these rounds through to get this advantage. So it's just gonna have to go back to Valor and basics, and that's exactly what they're doing, just looking for an advantage early and using that to dictate the calling from Mad V about which site to go to. But they've lapsed in mid control. And Silly has taken this advantage and is trying to flip the numbers back into their favor. Sandra's aware, and the timing there is
Huge kill.
not great. And that's your big retake tool. That's your breach gone.
No, but look at this. There's already 2 players flanking quickly through mid. The timing here on the peak, it might be everything on the round. And both of them, they're able to catch Mary off guard. That's the call to go back. Euro Tips comes through as well. They might be crunched in between, but Sandra opting not to take the fight. The Euro Tips are, in fact, going to give away the key that they're rotating over towards this A side, but nobody's really home. Super Frog trying to catch Lurker. Toki, though, as always, so aware. Now a 2v4 scenario. Lyda, at least having the position to try to take the peak on the site. Has to win out this fight, but not going to be able to take the player down there. Madvi takes down FLC as well, and now, I mean, Lyda, we've seen her do incredible things before, but this time around a 1v3. Can she keep this momentum up here for the Heroic side? Gets one more, but Madvi, the hero of this round, 3 kills, and Falcons, they finally are able to get another round on the board here, 8-2.
It only took, you know, a mid default, a double fake, and they get onto the A side. But I mean, you said it, Lyda, that would have been a heroic 1v3, but they definitely make it hurt, right? It's not going to be perfection to close out this round, but I think, if anything, heroic Valkyries going to be the ones with huge takeaways from there. Like, all right, we can't get away with these same aggressive plays unless you're flanking like that. I mean, you also saw, right, Seeley, Super Frog, both go for these solo heroic plays, and that got punished as well. So maybe recognizing, all right, retakes are our strong suit. Let's close it out with that style of play. And Falcons look like they're just trying anything they can to dismantle that approach from heroic here. Again, another mid-heavy play, and they didn't even get the shock dart. Or sorry, the shock dart didn't even get the trapwire.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there. But again, like, you know, being taken down early last round, it hasn't stopped Adora. This time around, there's a cyber cage in the way. Could have tried to slip back the margin, but would have been a very tight fit. Mary, though, gonna be able to... Yeah, it's just Mary putting pressure on mid as well. The spike itself, it's still towards B. But yeah, Mary gonna actually be able to catch Adora if she's not careful. Here's the sound, goes for the peak with a 2v1. Adora wins it out here, so that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, with how deep Adora was, they knew, even though the mid door was broken, even though that cage had gone out, that this was a blatant lie of an execute onto A. And now you keep these stronghold, this Asher, this Cypher here
Huge
on the B site, and they get that trade through as well. Madvi alongside trying to sneak back through. They're at least going to get site control, but it's still going to be numbers for Heroic on this retake.
Yeah, still looking to play on site. I mean, again, there's a threat at the Cosmic Divide. Fluxy getting that kill. Gonna be giving her that ult again. Now, though, despite that stun coming in, everyone playing aggressively. They have to win out these duels. You can't let yourself go down, Sandra. And now it's just gonna come down to Mad V. But every single 1v1, one out here by Heroic. That 4v3 numbers advantage, translating to a 3v0 here. And they're able to get a 9th round on the board. Lead really pulling away now. And beautiful round in that retake. Getting still like closer to that breach ult as well. You were talking about it, Toby, about how Falcons, they've got almost nothing to work with. And now, because of how I'd say that Heroic have been able to get these kills, the way the distribution has played out, Silly again gonna have that breach ult, just went away from it for this final round.
Madvi has been fragging up a Storm, though, as well. I think out of that clutch where Lyda was in the 1v3. That makes it possible for Null Command to be in the cards for this B execution, which might be why they're trying to just go for a Stark execution here, right? Because I feel like that's been the major issue, is how they're playing around these cages, how they're playing around these Astra Stars, and they hear that orb tap. I'm expecting to see maybe Fluxy fall off, so they still have those support structures in place, but so far, no orb collection. It's actually going to go to the Blade Storm instead to supplement this buy, so we're not going to see a Null Command unless it's the plant to come through. And so far, Updraft is good, catches them off guard. They're just gonna go for it, dive in, but they're alone again. And Super Frog, Fluxy, they can hold their own until Madvi punches through the ice. Null Command online, site secured, plant about to become through as well. Here comes retaliation.
No Command, though, it's finally gonna be popped here. We've got the support as well. The crossfire is kind of set up here between the players on site. Eva takes the first peek, not able to get the kill. Instead, it's gonna be Adora who finds both in that fire. 1v3 once again. Madvi's taken down here. It's just gonna fall all the way to Eva. We've seen her pull off incredible things before, but this time around, up close and personal, is Shorty gonna find its mark here. And double digits for Heroic already at the end of the first half. 10-2 is what we're gonna be seeing here, Zobi. And Soleil, I mean, she gets the Rolling Thunder, but she doesn't even need it at this point.
It's just a trophy to carry forward with your 10-2. And I mean, if I told you, like, in the pre-show, Zach, it was going to be a 10-2 favoring Heroic on Falcons Vega map pick after what you saw, and did you cast their Abyss, right? Would you have believed me?
Honestly, no, because they look so confident. But I mean, it was a question mark, Zobi, because like you said, we've never seen Heroic pull it up here, and damn, they've really worked on a plan. I gotta say that they've been able to not just counter what Falcons were pulling up against against Giants. They've also been able to put together a game plan of their own and really leaning into the kind of resources that the Stubble Initiator pick gives you. I think also just Super Frog and Fluxy having the combo of the cages and the Astro Smokes together on this B site just makes it so impenetrable, I would say.
And we said that we thought Heroic kind of lost the map picks and bans, but maybe they won it, right? Getting 2 maps that, you know, they haven't shown any material on versus they have recent VODs from this group stage for Falcons Vega on both Haven and Abyss to form their playbook after. So huge shout out to JT there, but for now, Heroic, heavy mid pressure. Mary spotted out by the ping, and nice timing there as well. It's a 2 for 2, so it's going to be a 3v3 as the dust settles. And B site secured. The flood kind of set up here for Falcons Vega. We'll see if they have the same coordination on the retake as Heroic has, and so far the answer is no.
Beautiful shots from Stele, both to take down Mary as well as the second kill to come through. Now, the 3v2 situation. There is that Astro Star, of course, on the spike, so they have to be careful with how they're trying to defuse it. They're taking up space. In fact, Toki got to go for that first tap. The timing on the peak has to be perfect, and Lyda actually able to get the kill. All up to Toki here, but there's gonna be no dice at all. Heroic, they win the pistol, and that might have just killed any chances of Falcons possibly trying to pull together the half back here, because now they know that Heroic's gotten the spike plan. Falcons, they don't have the money to force up into this either, so they're gonna have to let Heroic get up to that match point unless there's absolute Heroics coming through at this juncture. And I mean, at that point, you're playing for overtime. You need what is it, 10 rounds in a row?
And for me, I think we saw an example of why this composition works for Heroic in that post plane, even just on the pistol, right? As how much post plant utility they have. Gravel, Aftershock, Shock Darts, all from Lyda. And that was something I was like, when I look at the composition differences, I'm like, I don't think the swap for the KO and the Omen for the Astra and the Breach really puts them out any. Like, you get an Aftershock, and sorry, you get a Fault Line instead of a Paranoia to initiate. Now you get additional utility from Fluxy. Like, talked about Falcons Vega needing Heroics here, though. And it looks like they're asking that of Ava. The scale up mid. And unbeknownst, staring down an Outlaw.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, especially headshot might be a bit of an overkill here, but I mean, it's going to shred through all of these players from Falcons like paper because nobody has any investments in armor. So the headshot was just like, you know, overkill quite literally at that point. But yeah, Heroic already being able to draw first blood, taking out Eva once again, meaning there's no more shocks, no more recons available. And the attack itself, it's going to be all the players from Heroic converging onto this particular site. Everybody here in Falcons, I mean, they're close by, but they have to be able to find the timing on these peaks. Superfrog again, able to just make a count here. Sandro finds one, but immediately gets taken out. It's all up to just Toki. Gets spotted out on Adora once the skill, picking with the classic, and Lyda with the Vandal will be there to find the follow-up. Match points here on map number 1. Completely stealing the show as Heroic, and 12-2 here. Falcons, they just cannot go forward.
And you put it into existence, Zach. 10 in a row to get us into overtime. Now, this was a round that was pretty easy coming for Falcons Vega last half, right? I think they only lost 1 player. So that'll hopefully kind of get the economy kicked off for this comeback. But I feel like the buy-up is even a little bit heavier for Heroic Valkyries than it was last half, right? That Vandal instead of the double Outlaw. So we'll see what it can do now in Lyda's hands. Headed towards the A site this round. Mary. Trying to search for this lurking Fluxy. They can get the timing right. They might be able to get away criminally, but this double swing through the Astra Star, they want that information that you know is Nebula's robbing them of.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be the timing here. Both players pushing forward. Might have crossed Fluxy.
Right.
And yeah, I don't think Fluxy will expect this either. But I mean, Falcons, they've also got to check this. They actually spot out Fluxy, and Sandra gets the kill, but Fluxy now completely unaware will be able to get both of these kills if things go her way, and that is huge right now. Falcons completely caught off guard. The timing actually working against them, and the rest of the squad, they're here to charge forward. Superfrog actually might even be able to pick up an upgrade of a Vandal if she chooses to. And I mean, Eva, the only one home on site. Light, along with Mad V, though, able to catch out the Lurk as well. 2v3 situation. I mean, Mad V, though, incredibly low here. Now going to be falling back to wait for safety numbers now that Falcons have the numbers advantage. I mean, Sele only 2 away from the Rolling Thunder, along with the plants. Could get her that kill. Goes for the peak, though. Knows where both of these players are. And actually, might just choose to fall back now and try to get that plant. Clock is ticking. 30 seconds left. The flank, though.
Spike down B.
At this point, a 1v3 paranoia. They're playing around the Rosie, though, just to keep their life. And Matthew's such low HP here that it's possible.
No way, Lida.
Lida, 3 kills on the round. A 13-2 blowout on Falcons Vega map pick of Abyss to kick off this best of 3. And I mean, if Heroic Valkyries is proving anything, it's that when everything is on the line, when adrenaline is high, you're at risk of elimination, that is when you step up and you get things done. Whew.
What a game to come out of Heroic. I mean, you said it, this was a question mark going into this map, and they have managed to answer with spades out there saying like, all right, we might have lost both of our series, but we definitely learned from these mistakes, and we have got a surprise for you as they're able to close out the map with a 1v3 picture perfect finish there for Lida, who is going to be the MVP, 6 KDA, 18-3. That is absolutely bonkers, especially when you consider it's the Sova player up here. But I mean, support system perfectly in place, everybody on this team popping off. I feel like the only reason Superfrog doesn't have more kills is because they didn't really want to confront her site as much. I also think that, you know, the Astra pick was incredibly useful for this team, just being able to not at all get affected by the 0 points and consistently pop off here. I think that Heroic, they were able to just pull Falcons around by the lead and be able to take this map completely in their favor.
I mean, Lida only died once more than Falcons Vega got rounds. And one of those was, I think, that 1v3 clutch that they were placed in as well. That is just insane here. And I mean, you can see the difficulty. It was in those retakes. Like, Heroic Valkyries was able to shut down 7 of those post plants from Falcons Vega, and obviously they only got 1 for 1 post plant because they didn't need them on the second half. And I think that was just the pistol, but whew, I mean, it might just be Falcons Vega waking up, and I want to make sure that I'm not just a heroic glazer here. Falcons Vega, I think they still have a chance because number 1, Haven, they've gotten a few more reps in on it, and then secondary also, we've seen this, right? From Heroic Valkyries, they come out swinging, they get a map 1, and then it still ends up being a reverse sweep favoring the opponent. So now I want to see, yes, they checked the first box. I said it. If I want a 2-0 from Heroic Valkyries if they're going to win this. They've gotten Falcons Vega map pick. Now they just need to hold strong on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we can say for them is that, you know, we were talking about question marks here, and if they've never played the map before, how they're good they're gonna be. And I mean, we've kind of seen hints of that on this first map of us here. But now, if they can, you know, continue it on Haven, that will be them 2-0 breaking the curse here. Because, like you said, they're a team that has been able to win out that first map. They just haven't been able to close out the series, and hopefully, the closest way to be able to do that is gonna be able to, you know, just be able to win out that map too. And I think if anybody wants to do it, Slider at this point. ATN 3 Sova, 100% cast. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's been a very long time since I've seen a 100% cast, but overall, just a very, very impressive MVP, especially on the Sova. We love our Sova players here. But, you know, we got map number 2 coming up, Haven, which was chosen by Falcons here. So what are you expecting, Zobi?
What am I expecting? To be honest, think we're going to see a fairly similar composition to what we just saw on Abyss. Or at least I'm hoping, right? I want to see the Astra pick on Haven. Like, yes, they might not be buffed just yet, but we saw the impact it was able to have. Otherwise, we could get a mirror composition with it, which is the Jet, Breach, Sova, Omen, and Cypher that Falcons Vega was running, which I think is going to be interesting if we do get that, because I don't want to contribute it entirely to the compositional difference that gave Heroic Valkyries the edge on Abyss, but it really felt like they were playing a completely different game, right? Playing chess versus the checkers that the kind of meta composition Falcons Vega is running has been like. Just like I said, the Breach and their capabilities on the retake were insane, and the additional post-point utility that the Astra brought, it was all just perfect counters. And it could, like I said, just been equipped as a perfect counter because they had the composition that Falcons Vega was running, but that's the case for Haven as well.
I mean, I think for Falcons, so they've been able to play it twice so far. I mean, first time that OT against Valiant, and they were able to win against Giantex as well. But they were also able to win Abyss against Giantex. So, I don't know, like you said, there's a lot of bot footage here, and a question mark completely for the side of Heroic. So, if they can pull this 2-0 down, it's also going to do wonders for their map differential, because, you know, they've only been losing as 3-1s. If they can win this series as well as the next one, it's going to be huge.
Well, We'll have to see after a quick break if Heroic Valkyries can stage the upset of the group stage 3 or not. So stick around, and when we come back, it's going to be Haven.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
My eyes. Nice.
One enemy remaining. Yikes. One enemy remaining. One down. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Give me those. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Attack.
And welcome back to our first match of the day where Heroic Valkyries has stolen away Falcon. Welcome back again. We had to run it back twice for you guys for what a banger of a match this has already been between Heroic Valkyries and Falcons Vega, where Heroic Valkyries was able to steal away Falcons Vega's map pick of Abyss. But we're getting ready to go into Haven, Zach. And you asked me before the break what I was expecting, but what are you expecting here on Haven?
I mean, honestly, it's a map that Falcons, they were able to play it before. They looked fairly convincing, I would say, while at it. But that said, I mean, for Falcons, I think they're pretty comfortable in being able to convert this map. They were able to beat both Giants as well as Valiant, but I mean, like I said, there is that potential of that anti-stratting kind of coming through here at this juncture for Falcons having played it twice already during the stage. I mean, they haven't really messed up. They haven't really changed up, I would say, their comps too much since the last time that they did play this particular map. But that said, I think that on Haven, a lot of this pressure is going to be for Mary to be able to find these openings, and she was just struggling, I would say, in that first series to be able to keep that pressure.
And now I'm just like, I'm fools. I'm in the break time between map 1 and map 2, and I'm like, all right, clearly they watched our VOD. Clearly, you know, GTA was cooking up a way to counter us here on Abyss. So, I mean, I'm wondering, you know, do they have a second comp, you know, in the back pocket? I feel like that could be a huge disruption to whatever, you know, Heroic Valkyries may have been prepping, may have been staging. But to make that decisive of a change here, like that would be like all like press the panic button at that point. So again, we did see it in addition to just some of the macro level adjustments Heroic Valkyries is playing. I do feel like there was some disjointment there on the side of the Jet. Some of the Jet entry, like there wasn't much aid to Mary. And like, yes, Mary's a fragger. We saw that the stats defended that from stage 2 and so far the stage 3 performance. But I think that was a big issue is there was no tradability there on some of those entries. So I'm hoping on a map like Haven where it's a little bit more closer quarters that's going to be a big difference here for them.
Well, anyway, we've been speculating about the Asian picks enough. Let's see what these teams actually do have coming up here and what exactly Heroic have cooked up, because they are that unknown quantity heading into this conversation. We've got Agent Select coming up for Haven, so I am hoping to see a Neon for one thing. I really do like that pick, and oh my god, all right, we've got the Fnatic comp coming up here for Heroic. Adora leading into the ISO pick. Finally, something new here. You were asking what they were cooking up, Zobi, and it seems like they've cooked up something that's absolutely epic.
You know what? I love it. I love Lida and their fragability. I mean, what did we just saw? 100 cast, 307 you know, ACS, 6 KDA. Put them on a duelist and do it right now. And that's exactly what they have done here alongside Adora. I mean, they were that support player for them when they were entering on the Jet, right? I mean, we saw them just kind of, it was flawless over on Abyss, to say the least. And now I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. And I'm sure it's not something Falcons Vega has scrimped on the regular, even if it is kind of the newer meta taking, or a newer meta formation taking place.
Yeah, I mean, you do see more and more teams kind of trying their chances out with the ISO. But yeah, Haven, I think Fnatic is the one team that consistently likes to run it. Let's see if they got some of that alpha year energy going, because I think one thing that I am personally going to be counting for this series is about how many ISO ults you are going to be seeing Lida hit, and how many, Dora hit, and how many of them you're going to be seeing her actually able to win out. That said, though, this time around, looking at the way we're starting out here, it's Heroic on this attacking side. They've got the double duelist. They're leaning into this right now, and this is Falcons map pick. They might have lost their opponent's map pick, but now hopefully they look a little bit better prepared going up against what Heroic have on the table. Heroic themselves, of course, they've left Lurk out towards A main, but everybody else looking to just run down C with the help of this ISO utility. You've got the Ghost as well as the armor here, an upgrade given away to kind of just give Adora that opening fragging power. Super Frog as well lurking towards mid, not gonna be able to find anything, and you're actually gonna get the plants coming down for free here on the side. Super Frog on the lurk as well, finding Sandra, and with that Cypher taken down, it leaves so much more of the map open with this early plants coming down.
What a round already. I mean, they get C-Site for free. They've already gotten chipped damage on a lot of players. A good trade here from Fluxy will keep things at bay on this retake attempt. And talked about coordination, it feels like Falcons Vega is shaping it nicely, but here comes the re-pivot, the re-flank here from both CLA and Super Frog. One will find the frag, and now the support from Long follows suit. CLA on an island, but they are going to swim just fine. 3 kills opening up the same exact way they opened it up on Abyss in that pistol.
Sile with another pistol save here, I would say. Things were looking a little bit dicey for Heroic, especially with that reflank having been smoked out so early. But yeah, Sile just goes huge, and being able to spam through the smoke, deny the defuse as well for Toki there. I think this kill really changed the round. I mean, the fact that they were able to get it confirmed there confirms the pistol for Heroic, and again, a great start for them. They're going to be able to buy up quite substantially, you know, a couple Bulldogs, the Guardian as well for Fluxy, and they've even got the Outlaw. But on the opposite side, it's Mary to try and go aggressive, actually getting a lot of chip damage onto Fluxy here. And with that being the case, you're going to see them immediately fall back and venture towards A instead, where there still is some Cypher utility on site. 3 players as well.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Trying to make it seem like maybe there was more players than just Mary there. And that scare tactic alone seems to have worked. Surprised we haven't seen Fluxy hand off the Bulldog to Super Frog, who has that full shield, full HP. But for now, they're going to at least spot out part of the picture here on this A site. The rotation following suit as well from the majority of the Falcons players. So there's 4 here. Mary, the only one on this B side. They're hoping Superfrog can find this pick, open up that rotation possibility. But look at the rotation as well from Falcons Vega. They're realizing, all right, they've backed off from A. The question is, can they get there fast enough? Toki will, but will the rest of the team?
Revealing area.
Not sure about that. Either way, though, here comes the ISO. Once again, they're going to be pushing forward with the help of it. And again, the C side, it's going to be found completely open for that spike to come down for free. ISO shield going to be popped relatively late as well, but it's not even necessary as FLC able to find the timing and the triple kill, TPing away as well for good measure. Now playing off the contact of Superfrog here. And now just 2 players remaining for this Falcons side. Eva and Mad V, can they at least find a single kill is going to be the question. Fluxy having fallen back here, trying to conserve that gun and keep things a little bit more lively here in that economy department for Heroic. Falcons, their best hope at this point can be to fall to the spike, but even that might not be permitted. Position of Eva known as well with that tag being taken, and Eva just gonna be opting to fall back here, possibly try to find an exit, go down to the spike, and the rest of Heroic, they've got to make their way outside as well. A couple of them gonna be going on the hunt here, especially Superfrog with only a ghost in hand, but Eva on the other hand evades all of them, now looking to just pass away to the spike here, actually gonna find the timing, but not gonna be able to get the kill, and Heroic an almost flawless round here to be able to get them their bonus.
Very nicely done. Again, this very nice pivot, not falling into the trap that Falcons Vega had sprung over on that ace site. And I think it really comes down to the drone that went out. Yes, I only saw one, but they're like, why would there be a solo Sova tucked away in short? And they're like, something isn't adding up here, from the aggression C long to the lack of presence from Superfrog pushing up through grass. And they're like, they feel like this stack has to be A at that point. So a great call there. They hit C. It comes out, like you said, near flawlessly, and they are going to carry a multitude of weapons here. And today, Broke Don't Fix It, just go C again. And we're going to be asking Falcons Vega again to try and have an adjustment for this.
There's the cipher here, so it's gonna be so much more difficult already. That tripwire. Adora though, not gonna even be losing her shield for her trouble. So again, Heroic, they're able to take the site despite the cipher coming over. It hasn't made too much of a change. This cam though, it's gonna spot out a little bit of the presence on site, and it's been enough time that Adora's shield has gone down. So a couple of players on site looking to fight it out. Garage presence still held as well by Sandra here, who is watching for the late garage push. Here comes the vulnerable though. The flash is perfect to deny Adora the peek and the damage. Sandra, in fact, from Garage along with Mary, gonna be able to swoop in. Adora on site still looking to make it work with the help of this Guardian. Does a little bit of chip damage, but the flank is caught out here, and it's all up to Fluxy. She's been a hero before, gets the first, but in this 1v3, can't go much further. They are gonna be able to get around. Falcons finally on the board. The defuse coming through. Madvi should be able to drop the Guardian and pick up a rifle as well. 2 rifles saved, the round saved, the buy, but that was against Heroic's bonus. Now they've got to contend with 5 rifles.
Yeah, I would say if you're Heroic, you're happy with that bonus round. But I think they're going to be taking away, all right, what was the differences from this retake out of Falcons Vega? And I think a big thing was they waited for, like you mentioned, that double tap to go down. They waited for what this composition brings to the table, the denial of that reflood to pass. And I'm wondering if then we're going to see maybe some more aggression out of Adora, maybe some pressure into Garage or into CT. Another thing I noticed, I think that was the second time we've seen Superfrog go for these lurk plays, and they haven't been able to find anything, whether it was getting fragged or just nobody getting the timing just right on that Falcons Vega rotation. So we're looking towards that in the future as well for potential adjustments out of Heroic. But for now, feels like they understand, all right, we still have weapons. We're still thinking C is a good bet, but it feels like they had a large presence in Garage. So let's handle that from the get-go.
First things first, and I mean, the camera's gonna be spotted out here with the help of the drone, but look at the space that's already being taken. Might have timing the camera on this peak here. Lida able to get the kill and TP out without repercussions. Mary trying to counter here, possibly find that kill, but again, Adora along with the Sova drone just waiting. Mary tries to find an advantage, but just not able to find the kill. 2 openings now found for Heroic, and now off the back of that kill onto Mary, decide to go towards his A side instead. Finally, I still gonna be enabling that shield to take that first contact up. You've got both the initiators though, the Sova as well as the breach. The paranoia doesn't connect, but Eva's still able to get that kill. Gets both of them in fact, and that could be round changing. Holding strong, anchoring it down by herself. And now Sandra on the re-clear, able to enable this round to come through for Falcons. A 3v5, and Eva with that triple kill is able to turn things around for her team.
Yeah, what a 3v5 conversion. Single-handedly basically off of Eva there. Buying enough time for the rotations from their team, but I think it was just small mistakes that aren't going to happen again, right? Lightning doesn't strike twice. Like, that paranoia missing is insane. But also maybe some missed time then between that short pressure and the long coming together to crunch on Eva there a little bit, but regardless, that makes things 2-2. A lot closer than the start we saw over on Abyss here. So Falcons Vega right in the ship here again. Maybe that Map 3 syndrome we've seen Heroic Valkyrie struggling from so far in this stage, but looking again, wanting to change the pace. Even if they don't have a buy to back it up, they have the utility, they have the aggression from this ISO, and they have the B site. And a frag!
Get it through for free. 1-for-1 trade once again. Mad V, though, holding strong. Fluxy able to finally take her down, but with these sheriffs, it does look like Heroic is still there to do the damage. That said, though, Spike gonna be dropped. Lida finding the kill. Again, Eva having to be the hero in the situation. And this is the thing, Lida does have this ult as well. You know, might be able to get the kill and get the Spike along with it. There you go. The Euro is going to come through, grab the Spike, and make their way over towards A together, possibly. But instead, the call is C. Eva, though, look, she's already all the way close up. But Superfrog with the position, able to confirm that final kill here. Eva just not knowing where to go to. And the Euro utility and the ult coming in clutch there to be able to get Heroic around on the board finally. Really brawly take onto that B site. But at the end, Heroic with the Sheriffs, they make it more than count.
And it started off with beautiful coordination for the side of Falcons Vega, and then it kind of crumbled a little bit. And then there was that win con I mentioned of the lurk from Superfrog, the cherry on top to close out that thrifty attempt. And I also love the use of that dimensional drift from Lida, right? Get ground in the situation, maybe get where Ava is, get the Spike recovered, allow you to make that decision on the fly about where you want to go. That's how you convert thrifty rounds. But looks like Falcons Vega isn't going to take that lightly. Blades popped. Aggression in tow here. They have a lot of ults to work with here if Mary can also find the opening frag. Looks like they aren't committed to a C hit, but trying to sell a C hit as well for Heroic Valkyries.
I mean, the first time rather, the stage Falcons played this, they looked much better on this attacking side. Shockdart to break this open, go for the double peek here, but Mary just not going to be able to connect the blades, barely doing any damage, and now caught by, Eva's going to be the one caught by the ISO ult as well. The kill contract going to be able to find the kill, and at that point, it was, you know, it was the shield that isn't going to get recharged, but the rest of the team, they're still going to be able to push up here. Mary, the last hope on site, still through the smoke, able to find Mad V. Mary, here's the TP as well. Doesn't spot the player, though, and Foxy takes care of that. All this waiting for absolutely nothing. Now 2v5, Sandra and Toki, only sheriffs at hand. Sure, they've got the neural depth here, but I don't think we're going to be really seeing it. Sandra at least able to find the first kill, but look at her HP now. Just sliver left.
Yeah, no shield either for Toki here, so really just looking to prevent Heroic Valkyrie's economy, that money store from growing here. Doesn't look like it is going to happen. The late swing for the trade, and Superfrog is gonna cap off the round here yet again. So now they're gonna have money, they're gonna have ultimates. Falcons Vega re-entering a bicycle as well. So this is gonna be, I think, a make or break round in my mind. And that's why there it is for Falcons Vega, the timeout coming through, right? This is gonna solidify Heroics, I think, either edging forward, already like locking in a 6th, because you're gonna use ultimates probably your Falcons Vega, or it's gonna be their chance at a comeback.
For sure. I think Falcons, they've definitely, like you said, got the ultimates to deal with it. They also are going to be investing in that operator, something that we haven't really seen Mary have the money to buy in that previous game. So finally going to be coming online here for her. So far, these aggressive pushes, I think, by Falcons are being completely read by Heroic. They haven't been able to find a timing quite yet, and Heroics are just so aware of what Falcons like to do. Really, I think they've done their research, they've done their analysis of how Falcons like to play, going by the 2 times they previously picked up this map, and Heroic, they look fully prepared to deal with it. I mean, you're talking about the ultimates for Falcon, and they've got a lot here. The Rolling Thunder and the Sova ults in particular are what I have my eyes on, but for Heroic as well, they've been very quick, and they've been able to get the spike down very easily so far in most of the rounds that they've played. I think for Falcons, if they're in that kind of retake situation, especially with that Hunter's Fury being online for Sealy, they're going to have to be very careful to not let that spike go down completely uncontested, because then they have to deal with that urgency that comes with the Hunter's Fury being able to buy an additional couple of seconds on that diffuse denial, but also the fact that, you know, that operator is going to be much, much harder to try and deal with on that retake situation.
And for Valkyries, I love how it's Fluxy and Superfrog right now, heading up the leaderboard. But look at this, aggression off of the fault line here from Toki.
Beautiful.
That's Adora executed, even with the double tap live. Fortunately, no trade found just yet, but lots of chip damage. And now they're forcing Superfrog to explore alternatives for the squad.
Sova drone for Sova drone, though neither gonna actually spot out anything. I think Falcons might assume, at least for a little bit, that all right, they made their play, they tried to go forward, and now they're gonna be falling back, which is true. The spike itself not gonna be taken anywhere, but still, Lida, as as well as FLC are looking to contest a little bit more, maybe find a Falcons flick or two, but Falcons as well, they've fallen back here, not really wanting to risk things too far. Now Recon going to be invested towards this garage area, camera in position, Sandra as well lying to wait and make a play here. The jumping though, not going to be able to catch out Sandra. The Hunter's Fury though, that might be able to find something. Superfrog still on the timing, able to take care of Sandra there. 1-for-1 trade though, and FLC makes things go a little bit more evenly right now. Neural Theft to come through, they're going to be able to catch out where Falcons are playing, and Superfrog still holding strong despite having a sliver of HP left. Rolling Thunder invested quite early on here, and despite connecting, Sile still finds the frag onto Madly. Perfect headshot as the spike goes down in A, and now a 2v3. Sure, Falcons, they do have more HP cumulatively, but they've got an operator on this retake. It's going to make things so difficult, especially with how split apart everyone is.
Yeah, they have stabilized so well, and I am nervous that Mary could get the timing and that distraction from Ava if Fluxy is to fall, but at this point, I think they've called for the save already. You saw that hesitancy from Mary, and now Ava joining them as well. So that important, that pivotal round that I mentioned, all of those ultimates utilized for the most part, and it looks like Heroic Valkyries will come out on top. I'm not quite sure, did an operator shot reign true? Do Heroic Valkyries know of it yet?
They would have probably guessed, but I don't think they really got an opportunity to get used. I didn't hear it, so could be still a secret weapon that's possible for Falcons to try and carry through as an advantage. But I mean, with two players choosing to save in a 2v3, it's also kind of obvious that it's going to be the case. There's probably an operator being saved, so I would be surprised if Heroic don't make that guess for themselves. That said, though, like you said, this ultimate, especially the fact that Mad V gets taken down there by Sile, and the fact that Falcons invested their own Hunter's Fury and weren't able to find too much damage while Valkyries are able to keep theirs, it's going to make this round once again look very, very difficult. You've got 3 Sheriffs on line here for the remainder of Falcons. The 2 guns that they were able to save through as well into play, along with this Neural Theft. It might be the saving grace here, especially with Eva denying this information early on. Toki again trying to hold down an elevated aggressive angle here, but this time around the dark cover are going to make things much, much more harder. Heroic already adapting very quickly from the damage done in that previous round here. Now Heroic, they know that Falcons, their economy is looking weakened here. They can try to find safety in numbers, and Falcons, they try to go for the early push here, but Fluxy gets the first blood. The flash dodged as well, and now Eva, the only player here who can try to hold anchor. She was able to get 3 the last time around. Hunter's Fury invested early on by Sile, forcing the backup from really being there to assist any of the team, and Super Frog and Sile between them find another 2 kills.
Oh, an operator cat's out of the bag here as well without even finding a frag. Site taken flawlessly. No players falling for Heroic Valkyries. And Sandra gonna see what they can do here a little bit before the operator takes a dive, takes a dip. And it looks like they are already opting to save. So really is just Sandra. Let's see what they can find here. 1. That's a Vandal not saved. But we get a maybe interlude here of them searching for frags. I mean, look at the respect that was shown from Heroic Valkyries towards Falcons Vega that round, particularly towards Ava, right? They're like, all right, we're getting flashbacks to the 3v5 that we lost. And they, what do? They throw the Hunter's Fury, and they really dedicate what they need to thoroughly clear out that site. But that is devastation. They've lost the operator. They said, we don't even want to give it a time of day in our attack side comp, because what we have is working. We have 6. We are sailing towards an advantage at the half.
You said it, Zobi. You want to be sure that you close it out as a 2-0 to avoid that curse from the previous 2 times Heroic have played, to really be kicking in, and they're looking to actually, they want to do everything off the back of it. Just so aware right now of this aggression, of the space that Falcons like to take on this A side. And I mean, Sandra, at least, like you said, able to draw a little bit of blood for her team, but it's not going to matter. Heroic, they've got money for days here, for miles as well, and Falcons looking to change things up, pushing mid instead. But in the meantime, the rest of Heroic, they're just running it down towards C. Sure, there's a Cypher set up here, and Mary Aliens this time around catches Super Frog on the lurk. That's going to be a huge opening with the Cypher taken down. A possibility at a flank as well. Instead, the rest of them, look at where they are. Everybody looking to channel in through Garage off the back of this breach stun. Fluxy, this crossfire, going to be able to get the first victim. But Sile with the backup chimes in and is able to get that double trade. Now, every single kill going in the direction of these Heroic players. Just nothing to be done here for Falcons. And a 7th round on the board. They confirmed their lead in the half.
And what did I say I wanted to see out of Lyda and Adora? If you know, Falcons Vega was taking their time, waiting out their utility. I said I wanted to see them get proactive. And that's exactly what they did towards CT that round. And clearly it caught Falcons Vega off guard and ensured that there was no tradability between this crossfire that was beautifully constructed between Fluxy and Seele there. Like Seele, I was worried for a second since they only play the Sova really on Icebox. But they are serving it up just as nicely as Lida was able to over on Abyss. And at this point, they have secured the lead. They forced another eco round for Falcons Vega. So they are starkly trucking on towards another double digits map. But Falcons Vega, we'll see what they can do here. Again, aggression A main. Nice little Bucky tucked away.
I mean, like I said, they don't have much, but I mean, the Bucky, it could be a difference maker if they're not aware of it. But I mean, so far, at least Heroic, they've been really very careful about how they're playing, not giving any kind of mischance and opportunity to cause problems for their side. They're being so careful using the cam, using the Sova drone, the recon, just not taking these fights in these shady angles. Like so many rounds, you see them not go short until they have complete long control so they can crunch in on it. I think those kind of things have really made defending very difficult for Falcons. They're making a lot of noise as well with the Marshall. 10 shots left in the gun, and the rest of the team, they're on their way towards C once again. This consistently has been left open for a retake here. This time around, the Sandra with the Bucky looking to push forward. The Yoru clone not going to be able to deny space for the drone, but unfortunately this time around, they are able to play off the back of the tripwire. First kill comes through. 1-for-1 trade. Toki still on the backside. Gets taken down. The Sile has just been absolutely on fire, and now they're pushing forward. They take it backside. They should be able to get the spike down. 18 seconds left. No way for Falcons to deny it. They don't have the old sword, the utility. Sharktar is not going to be able to connect either, and Super Frog still on the lurk here. Look at Eva. Might expect this. Might be able to get the kill. It actually connects for a second. I was really scared for Eva, but now 3v3.
They realize that Adore now likes to push up, likes to get aggressive here towards CT. So they're really baiting, waiting for that Phantom to get to sight. And hopefully, Ava again can be that difference maker for the team. One way. In effect, Garage that's stalling them out here. And they're trying to make their escape, but it's all on ceiling. Hunter's online, but so is the high-low for Falcons Vega. Spike tap is good, but so will the frag. No, they push out the right time. Half HP for 2 out of the 3 players, but the defuse and the Thrifty still on par. They stop the bleeding or stem it for now. An opportunity to turn things over before the half expires.
Yeah, 7-5. It's not gonna be looking too bad, especially once they're the ones on the attacking side. They look really confident. But yeah, thankfully Eva able to get that kill. I also like this. Adora was counting for the Marshall shots. Once 5 are over, decided to go for that push, but instead it's gonna be Mad V with that more aggressive angle, ready to protect her teammate. And yeah, off the back of that, a beautiful shot from Mary as well with the Marshall onto Fluxy, who was trying to fall back and maybe play the double peak angle from C long. But yeah, all the players are caught a little bit isolated, spacing not perfect, and Falcons taking advantage of it to be able to win out the Thrifty. Still though, looking to play aggressive. Both players gonna be caught out by the recon. Beautiful scan to come through, and now repositioning towards short. In fact, gotta be looking to take a little bit of space, but look at Heroic. They're gonna be playing very patiently, just lying in wait here, and with this dark cover fading, it's gonna be so much more difficult for Falcons to push forward, especially with Foxy putting down a second smoke. I don't know if they're gonna be expecting to push through, because look at how Mary's using the smoke to take space.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of eyes on Fluxy, but now eyes have lapsed over towards the C side. I am worried they're not going to clear out long here. They have no control there. They might have no control over C after the frag that Toki is able to find so far. Less than a minute left. Sandra playing the deep fake out here. We really need to see that frag fall for Super Frog, but Ava able again to spell their demise. And there it is, the backstab that I mentioned that was cooking from the round get-go from Sandra. And Falcons Vega put 7-5 in their forward vision here before the half expires. Let's see if that's enough to flip the script when we get to the second half.
That goes there.
Might be. I mean, last time it was a 9-3 half, but it still went to overtime. So, I mean, if they were able to pull off the strong attack last time, they should be able to. They've gotten more on defense than they did the last time. I always put it that way. So, things not looking too bad. Beautiful flank there by Sandra to close off the round. And once again, Mary, this time around, going to be having that operator in hand. A lot of these ults that could come into play off the back of a multi-frag. I think both the Rolling Thunder as well as a possible Blaze Storm for Mary could be a possibility. Toki now, though, playing the elevated angle. Not even going to be falling holding off despite being caught out, and that might be a mistake here. Sile there for the punish. Eurovolt, Dimensional Drift now going to be active for Lida. A lot of information, better than a Sova drone is what I think about it. It's already going to be putting it into play. Lida leading through. Going to be able to clear out garage spots, the tripwire as well towards window, an area through which Heroic have been able to consistently find pressure. Now as well, Sandra caught by the paranoia, still able to get the first kill, and that's going to give away the location as well. But Lida at least makes it count, gets the trade, and the neural theft, I mean, gives away the position. But sure, Lida going to be able to at least fake the impression of TPing back. And now a 4v3 Falcons on the back foot here. All of this information going to be garnered. Eva taking that first contact, falls though, and that's a counter neural theft available. Madvi and Mary, they know exactly where these two players are. Lida towards CT, position expected, buying enough time though. Now Mary pushing forward. Dimensional Drift it's gonna catch her as well. The kill contract, perfect record so far. Mary tries to go for the jump peek, but it's not gonna matter. Adora still gets the kill here. Perfect record so far on this. And now Madvi in a 1v4. What can you do? What can you find? Nothing is the answer. And Heroic, they answer back with a huge lead again in the half, 8-4.
8-4. And you mentioned a 9-3 comeback that went to overtime, correct, for Falcons Vega? What side did they start on?
Attack. They had 9-3, and Valiants were able to push it to OT, I believe.
Okay, interesting. We'll see if that equates now to a comeback here for Falcons Vega or not. But again, what astounds me here is the amount of space that Adora and Lida are making without necessarily finding the frags, right? It's Celia and Fluxy heading up the leaderboard. And that was insane now. That half, and now with the side swapped, obviously they're not going to have that full support of their team on these C executions. So they are going to hopefully get to be able to prove themselves, hold their own here. Or maybe they're going to get aggressive. I mean, look at this 3-stack over towards A. They look like they're trying to pull a fast one.
Could be. I mean, Falcons. The thing is, so far today, 3 pistols that have been played, all 3 of them have been won here by Heroic. So Falcons, if there was ever a time to win a pistol, this one has to be it. And I mean, you said it, fast, heavy hit towards C side does seem to be the call. The stack towards A, not quite exactly working out. However, Toki, with that kill onto Lida, is going to be able to push towards C instead. Sandra watching for the flank as well. Fluxy too good though on the kill. And now you've got the double flank coming in already. Mary able to at least take care of the ISO shield. Madvi finds Silly as well, so numbers in favor still towards this Falcon side. 2v3 situation. Spike dropped on B side as well, and look at this double flank. They know exactly where both of these players are. The double swings are perfect. Fluxy now in a 1v3, 2 players though looking quite low. That stun gonna let them get away. They just don't want to risk losing bodies in isolated fights, and Fluxy now in a 1v3 has to do it all by herself.
And this is the first pistol of the series on the line for Falcons Vega here. Would be a huge way to start closing that 4-round gap, but job's not done. Fluxy might get the timing on these backside players, but there's so many angles to clear out, and Madvi could have the timing on the swing altogether, or it's just going to be this dynamic duo backside, closing it out. Going to be able to get that second round of buy up here in tow. Things are looking up for the Falcons Vegas squad now.
5-8. I mean, that pistol, it was imperative, and they finally get one in the series today. It's gonna be giving them a little bit of money to work with in this buy. 4 Bulldogs and full armor. They do not want to risk losing any of these weapons because they've got to build up that momentum. And if there was ever a map to win a bonus, it's got to be Haven with the way Falcons like to play it. So yeah, things looking up for them, I would say, in this attacking half. That pistol win exactly what they needed, and 3 Bulldogs now on board. Adora already though looking to combo with the shock darts to do some damage for anyone who decides to go for an early push, but instead Falcons, they're all going to be concentrating 3 players towards C long. There is that stack though, 4 players from Heroic just lying in wait here, and this drone, the question is how much of this is it really going to be able to spot? Pushes forward towards backside. How much will it see? I think it's on 1 player, yeah, but aside from that, I don't think Falcons, they have all the information necessary. They might expect it, though. I think that drone might have done enough here, and now they're looking to fall back. Madvi actually able to take down Adora after Mary breaks the shield there, but now a second kill to come through as well.
Oh, Sandra here!
Sandra slurred through. Sandra's got the space.
How did they get there, though?
I think through B.
Through B? But then how is Celia there? I'm not gonna ask because I don't want to know the answer, but what there is an answer for it. I really thought they were gonna at least get one there, but Trigger Discipline betrays them, and a flawless round there.
Tui's moment. I'm sorry. Every time I see an Omen in a situation like that, I just have PTSD to O2s, but yeah, really nice play there. Falcons well played by them. They're going to be able to carry all of these guns forward. The two people who had ghosts are going to be able to buy up these rifles as well. So very substantial bonus round to come through here for this team. And I mean, a little bit unfortunate that Lyda wasn't able to complete the kill there onto her opponents, but all things considered, Heroic now gonna be having rifles of their own. Here it comes early on. Shock dart, recon combo. Not gonna be able to catch anybody in terms of damage, but still keeping them pushed back at least far enough for this drone to come through. Only gonna spot out Mary. Other players not really getting tagged here, so it does seem to be a little bit slower in terms of information gathering here for this team. That said, though, Lyda goes aggressive. Gonna spot a couple of players now, forced to TP back here, and I think that's sound. It's gonna be enough for this combo to come through along with the shock dart. Doing a decent amount of chip to Mary. Gonna be losing most of her shields.
Yeah, and now the tailwind's gone as well. So not as fast of an entry on the A side. They decided to follow through. So that's why we see the redispersal over towards grass now, looking for other viable routes. I'm interested though. Look at this 3-stack scaling up through short. Well, there still is this duo of Mary and Toki here over towards A main. They gotta be diligent in clearing out these corners, or it could be catastrophic. And there it is. Catastrophe wasn't gonna strike. Now they just have to clear out Mary as well, and they don't just yet. The clone might just save them. The low HP, the chipped shield, all leads into a frag. And now the gate crashed out. Sealy just has to tuck away. Hope they don't re-clear this.
Yeah, no way for her to get out. And I mean, this drone, it's gonna be a gamble whether it goes towards long or short, but it's gonna go towards her. Just get the tag. Gonna be enough to get the wall bang, but Celia made a count, was able to take out Mad V. Upgrade available forever. 20 seconds. Where are they gonna go? The call seems to be A, and you still have Lyda hanging around here with flashes to try and make the damage count here. Connects perfectly, but Eva, again, the hero for her team, able to get the kill. 2v2 situation now. Perfect recon in play. Will deny the push through from the smoke, but Super Frog able to find the timing, and now with the paranoia still goes forward. Eva keeps herself alive and is finally taken down here, but Eva, you know, almost heroics to come through towards the end, but in the end, the paranoia, it actually works out, and Super Frog completes the job of the defuse. A 9th round for heroic, a narrow one though, when considering it was a full buy against the bonus, very expensive.
Yeah, terrified me there a little bit. I'm like, yes, there's 12 seconds left. Yes, you want to prevent the plant, but I also don't want you to play as Fluxy in a 1v2 situation that could decide the fate of this comeback. But regardless, they play the situation there very, very well. Yes, as you mentioned, they lose all the rifles in the early round off of this an explosive play, but I feel like this play is what kind of flipped the round on its head. It kind of forced these players to re-clear, refight, and that's when they lost a lot of firepower there, particularly, you know, with Silly finding the frag on a Mad V. Now, mention it, maybe the repercussions of that buy is the outlaw, but that could also just be a stylistic choice. Unfortunately, the box Walving does not connect on
RIP
to side of Toki, and it's just water stills, silence across Haven for now.
You know, again, you've seen the outlaw TPing away, now positioned towards heaven instead, and you've got a couple more players towards short, but no sound, none of that has been given away quite yet. I don't think we saw any of the Iso utility coming through either, but the spike itself, I mean, they want to hit a different spot every time, it seems like, and this time around, B seems to be the call. Only a trip to really try and hold on and deny this place to come through. Shocker going to be taking care of that very quickly, and backside as well, recon through here. Nobody is to be found onto site. That said, though, now that they've possibly caused that chaos on B, Joe not gonna actually catch the trip, although it does swat it out, so might be able to get onto C as well with that trip being broken. A lot of noise being made, a lot of chaos being caused in the rotations. It's worked. It's managed to cause all of these players to get off of the A side, rotate towards B instead. However, Sandra, the first one to be able to get the kill, and now taking up more space as well. Actually, gonna be able to take contact, but Adora finds the kill instead, and now that might give away the game that, all right, there's players present towards this A side. Mary already having pushed forward, and the rest of them, they make the noise as well. So full retake, 4v4 is what we're looking at for Heroic.
And this is where I look at the utility comparison between Heroic and Falcons of Vega, and I say, I don't see a retake heavy composition from Heroic, unlike Abyss. Like, what do you have to get into this site? Maybe, yeah, the wall, maybe the clone combo, but you have to coordinate this perfectly with an outlaw. I mean, that doesn't give firepower either. Double tap timer, quickly ticking away here. Mary, same with their tailwind though, so they're not going to be able to get aggressive as they wanted to, and Adora holds their own. Double tap redeems. This 5 HP might last a lot longer than anticipated. They're whittling away already at these utility. Neither player having their ultimates online either for this post plant just yet. But 2 players a lick away from death. It could just be the trump card this squad needs. Shock dart, Adora, 5 HP.
No way.
Like that. 5 HP. And the shots didn't connect.
My God, that shield with the double tap really, you know, giving value for money. I mean, it's a free ability, you know what I mean? But just really keeping Adora alive. 5 HP for so long, still able to get the kills and get the impact as well, sitting inside the dark cover and just being able to get the defuse. I mean, the shock dart, it was just a little bit too late after the defuse comes through, and now 6-10. It's gonna be a second timeout called here by Falcons. They've got to put the brakes on this because Heroic, again, 3 rounds away from being able to win their first series and, you know, ruin Falcons' flawless record so far. 3 rounds that stand between them. And I mean, Falcons, they've got the eco, they've got the ults, they've got the resources. They just gotta be sure that they close it out.
Ooh, for sure. That disruption there was huge. And they're making me look like a liar too. I'm like, I look at this comp, I don't see a retake. And then the retake on one of the hardest sites comes through. And it really was just of Adora because, I mean, Adora was alone for a good amount of time. And just Mary not able to find the frag, not able to come online there. And then Adora is able to get the double tap back online when their teammates finally get at their side. Like, I feel like the comp and the post point had everything for Falcons Vega. And that's what they're now having to clean up. Obviously, they still have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, it feels like, right? I mentioned they didn't have Thunder Shade. They didn't have the Rolling Thunder at the end of the last round, but those frags they were able to secure without the round, bring those online. Also, one off from the Shadows, one off from Neural Theft. It's giving them a lot to work with coming into this round, and it feels like it is a last stand, right? Because you lose this, it's probably a Heroic Valkyries map and series point.
Cage trigger.
What is this?
Cage trigger.
Every time they leave a timeout, they go aggressive. It's just the Heroic Valkyrie style, I swear.
I mean, why should you be the one on the defense when you can just go in for the attack? And oh my God, the double tap again. Despite it, Sandra able to find the kill. Neural Theft comes through, but Lyda at least able to find the trade. And in the meantime, but enough time brought for the seaside to be taken away here. And Falcons, they're able to get themselves in post-fight position. They've got the prime tools at the ready here, including the Rolling Thunder as well as this Hunter's Fury. Again, though, Mary, I mean, playing inside this garage position might be able to do the damage. Fluxy making some noise as well. You want to be able to pull out your gun in time. Paranoia up close and personal, but too close as Mary and Eva both towards garage, able to find the kills and the damage. Super Frog at least able to find the first kill. 2v3, still feeling the confidence to be able to use this Neural Theft to be sure that they can find the ult and at least get them, trigger them out of the way. Clock ticking right now. Joan, a lot of denial being brought at the cost of everything. And I think that Falcons, they don't even need to use the Rolling Thunder or the Hunter's Fury to confirm the round at the point. They're just going to be able to get it off of numbers and utility. And they try to save whatever remains as Falcons, they get to 7. A nice try by Heroic, but Falcons, they win the round off the back of that first contact play coming out of Sandra. But not only that, they keep both of these ultimates.
Yeah, that was huge because now they didn't have to invest any utility on that C take. They just play the post plan with all that utility in tow. Like, they had those insurance policies that they had to cash them in, but ultimately they hold on very cleanly there. They deny a lot of the retake potential. I think it was partially out of the grass pressure as well. And they kind of distracted, whittled down time even further because they were worried about that counterplay. Again, mentioned how important pivotal that round was, but it's lost. Heroic Valkyries now. Economy kind of in shambles. Here rifles for Super Frog and Lyda, but other than that, surprised they don't give Adora it and just be like, here, take a death contract. Maybe, because Super Frog can do a play like that.
Oh my, that aggression actually pays off 2-for-1 trade. And thinking that it was off, it is an eco round right now. If Adora can pick up that rifle, you still got the double tap available, so you could possibly pull somebody into a kill contract like you said, but both Eva and Madvi are still alive here. We've talked about these ults before, the kind of win conditions they can turn out to be. That said, the rotations through, I mean, Heroic, they got their players in place. The problem is none of these players have a gun. All of them have classics, but perhaps there's magic in numbers. Fluxy spotted out on the jump peak here. Paranoia at the get-go. The stun connects, but so does the Paranoia. It's absolutely perfect here, and Adora actually gonna be able to get that shield back into place. The double peek might be enough, and Adora still gets the kill. Here comes the ult though, and Fluxy with the final right click. The thrifty for Heroic to get them to 11. Absolute bang around there. And I mean, the combination of that double tap with the Paranoia just keeping Adora alive for so long. Falcons, they've got to be feeling the pressure now.
I think they also have vulnerability through, no? Yeah, look, there it was. And that's what allows them to get their bang for their buck out of these classics. And the support from Mad V coming in late to bail them out here. Now with, I think, the Rolling Thunder, too. I thought it was a fault line for a second. So that makes this even more catastrophic. They lost that huge play. That guaranteed site control. Fortunately, they have a bye, so it's not game over just yet. It's not map and series point just yet, like confirmed or promised to Heroic Valkyries, but I'd be scared after that round, and they clearly aren't, you know, as aggressive as they are, waiting maybe for aggression to come through here. But that's Hunter's Fury as a result, burn from Sele.
A little bit hasty, I would say. I mean, they didn't really find any concrete information, just a shot in the dark, and this time it's gonna be not catching anything at all. No information, no damage either. So huge piece of the puzzle, plant denial tool that's taken out of this arsenal. I mean, at least Eva still has hers, so not all the ults expended yet. But I mean, as a heroic, you've still got so many ults. You've got the dimensional drift from your Yoru, you've got the kill contract from your ISO. So many plays to try and deny the spike from coming through here. That said, though, I mean, a lot of noise being made towards B, but Mary as well as Toki, both of these players, we've talked about their potential, looking to kind of find an opening towards A. The spike following up as well, but look at Lida in the corner. Mary, you gotta check this. You gotta find this kill, but instead Lida gets away for free with the help of the TP. Now gonna be looking to go towards the backside once again. Eva's ult though might be the saving grace for this team as they try to stay alive. Sele still on site though, playing anchor, playing hero, and now Sandra on the lurk. Yeah, has called for the rotation here. Seaside found empty. Nobody home really, but Sandra now having to head off players on the rotate as the spike itself looks to come through on B side. It's going to be actually Fluxy dodging the stun here. Beautifully played. And now the double peek. The line up as well. And now it's just going to be Sandra. Nothing to be done. Heroic match in series point for them as they get to 12.
Ooh.
What a play.
And I put Flexi on this pedestal, the newest member stepping in for Ori, and they are definitely showing on map 2 in particular. Yes, they had impact map 1 on that Astra, really more having a macro impact than micro or fragging impact like they are having on the Omen right now. I mean, look at this 3-piece. They didn't even need to get the kill. The round was basically secured, and that's just the cherry on top. No weapon save for Sandra. Weapons scattered at best here. There's not even a Vandal or Phantom. It's all light shields, guardians, bulldogs. Maybe the blades from Mary can patch that hole, but this is kind of the strategy Heroic Valkyries has been going for. Information passively from Superfrog. They play that retake. They're so confident in their retakes that they're going to give up C. Unless maybe Superfrog can get a nice angle here. I like the punish trip as well for aggression CT. That's creative.
Yeah, it's just retake. They're ready for this kill trip as well. And like you said, they've got so many of these ults and the positions that's gonna be held that have to be held by these players. That's gonna have to be very methodical. Dimensional Drift gonna be actually getting all of this information. Mary gets spotted. That's the best player that you want to be pulling into your ult here. And it is gonna be Mary called with just a classic. Nothing to do, nothing that can be done. And that's gonna be the first kill already through Superfrog off the paranoia, just sticking the defuse here. Nothing at all the Falcons can do. And 13-7, 2 Ninja defuses on Haven. That is how we're seeing Heroic pull off the 2-0. You know, we were talking about what a tough time that they were having so far in the split. You know, how every single series it's been them going to map 3 and losing, but this time they said, all right, we just don't go to map 3. We're going to find the 2-0, and they pull it off.
Oh. And I mean, I was a believer coming into this. I'm like, yes, we were giving them like benefit of the doubt. Like, okay, these are picks they might not know about. And just what a statement way to shut down the first seed of this group to keep your chances alive, not just for playoffs, but to avoid relegation back to contenders. Like, I'm gonna say these are gonna be 2 maps that are feared by their next opponents moving forward. Because I mentioned even when we were talking about map picks and bans, like their only good map, like, and good being that they're positive on it, like 3-3, 3 wins, 3 losses, was Lotus. So you insta-ban that, and you thought you were smooth sailing like Falcons Vega did when approaching the map picks and bans today. But clearly it's because they've been working on these maps, keeping them in the dark, expecting teams to pick into them, and then they never did. So huge step-ups, huge developments, and maybe, like I said, that chemistry from scrims, from bootcamp, finally clicking.
I mean, I think that entire time, talking about chemistry, right? They were able to just put together these pieces of util so well. You had the ISO, you had the Yoru ult being combined to the Sliver. It's the best ISO ult possible. By the way, every single kill contract was won by the ISO, I think, this particular map. So yeah, perfect record here for the ISO player, but also Lida playing more of a supportive Yoru, I would say. Yeah. Really just excelling in being able to keep things, you know, providing flashes for the team, using the dimensional drift as an extra long Sova drone. Really well played. I mean, also looking at the post plans here, I think Falcons just struggled to be able to keep those post plans working. And I mean, 3 out of these 6 diffusers came through as Ninja diffusers, so that's gonna suck as well if you're a Falcons fan there. So I mean, statistically, I think across the board, Heroic just looking much better. Every single member just stepping up today, I would say for sure. Especially, you know, that the combination of these double duelists as well, really just setting them up for success. And I think the player that really stood out to me today, aside from Lida on this map too, the duelist combination on the map too, was just Super Frog. I think just incredibly consistent on both of these maps. Also, FLC, I think being able to find so many of these multi-frags in situations where things were the most dire. Like I said, every single member of Heroic just stepping up. I mean, Decider is Icebox. We're not even gonna go that far.
I'm so glad we didn't go there.
Yeah, me too, honestly speaking. But Abyss and Haven, you said it. We've been saying it for the whole day. Two complete unknowns for Heroic, but they are able to absolutely pop off here.
Showing what the preparation difference can look like when you have nothing to go off of, like Falcons Vega did. And I mean, the fact that even in that second map of Haven, when things were getting dicey, no timeout was called from JT, so they had full trust there as well. And I mean, other than that, I mean, you mentioned it, right? Lida really playing the over like an initiator, information gathering more than fragging. And Fluxy, like you mentioned it, they were always there to support Super Frog, whether it was Yastra or the Omen, and they were just insane, switching on dime from being that stable anchor on the B site for Abyss into this consistent kind of fluctuating fragger that was everywhere at the same exact time on that defense over on Haven. But what that brings us to is the conclusion after this first matchup of the day, which is that Falcons Vega loses their first match. Granted, everybody has lost their first map, so that still means they're the first in the standings, but this gives now an opportunity for Heroic Valkyries to control their own fate, moving into the next few maps, or I should say matches, into this group stage.
I mean, they've only got one more. It's still going to be a question mark as to which team does get relegated here because, I mean, Heroic is the only team that has lost two, but if they can win their second map, or second series, I would say, especially with them having played out all three maps or finding 2-0s, even in the games that they lost, the fact that it did take a map 3, it's going to put them up ahead in round differential, especially if you look at Valiant as well as BBL, who I think both took 2-0s at some point or the other. I think that Heroic, even if they can win their next one, it's going to depend on more which teams are going to be losing these next matches. They need another team to lose to and look worse than them in the map differential, but like you said, it's at least going to give them a fighting chance. But I mean, this is just Group B, right? We've got another game coming up from Group A, and that one as well, you've got alternate attacks who were able to find their first win. You've got Odd1 out as well, who are looking to kind of make like a huge who are looking to kind of make like a huge splash. They've also lost both of their games by very narrow margins. If they can win today, it's going to be huge. But also, I mean, Falcons, if they had been able to win today, they might have qualified. They would have guaranteed their qualification slots as well as their kind of like the circuit points wise, their chances of making it to that GCC. But now things are a little bit more up in the air. On the other side, though, you do have a confirmed qualification coming in, because if alternate attacks are able to bait Odd1 out today, they are going to be able to confirm their spot. G2 will be the first team to qualify for the GCC officially, so that's the big question mark online. So you could already see Mimi kind of rooting for alternate attacks, not just because they're fellow Germans, but because, you know, they win, but also your team gets to qualify, so everybody's happy.
Yeah. I think that's definitely why that match is important in the grand scheme of VCT EMEA, but we did just see a huge upset from the underdog, right? When everything was kind of working against them, against a huge team. So I don't want to count Odd1 out just yet. I know they made some shifts coming into this split to try and avoid maybe relegation to contenders. So we'll see if they also click at just the right time. But it's going to be a different pair of amazing casters calling that action for you. I believe it's going to be Akamax and Echo. They've been prepping in the background. They were excited about the map picks and bans that are in store for you guys. But that means, Zach, that's it for us for today. What an explosive, quick 2-0 in the opposite direction of what everyone was expecting, but a fun one nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm just happy for Heroic, man. Finally, you know, breaking that 3-map loss curse, being able to pull off a 2-0. It's just icing on the cake here, especially against a team like Falcons. We said it in the beginning, they were gonna have to bring their A game to be able to carry their playoff hopes forward, and my god, they did it today in a fashion that I would say was completely unexpected. I mean, they were cooking, man, in terms of the Asian comms, in terms of like the attacking, you know, the way they were just consistently putting pressure on Falcons. I think like throughout today, Mary especially, you know, a lot of the times when she's given the space, she takes way more than her fair share, and I think that they found the perfect answer to that conundrum today. How do you keep Mary from being able to just pop off? You don't let her. You keep the pressure up, and I think that's exactly what we saw a display of coming out of Heroic today. They were just able to deny Falcons any kind of value, just consistently keeping them on their toes. And when you take that kind of initiative, when you're able to find success consistently, you could kind of just see them being able to steamroll that momentum and pull off that 2-0. Map number 1, I think it was, what was it, a 10-2 half? Map number 2, it was a 8-4 half. Both very dominant starts, so they're able to capitalize and snowball it to a finish, I would say. Picture perfect.
Oh, you mentioned it. Initiative and upset with that 2-0. We'll see if Odd One Out can stage a similar grandiose performance against alternate attacks Ruby, but that is going to be after the break, so stick around.
Spike planted.
Easy.
One enemy remaining.
My eyes. Die.
One enemy remaining. Yikes. One enemy remaining. One down. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Attack. One enemy.
Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Amateur.
One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Cage to my ult is ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Defenders win.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game Changers Stage 3. That was quite a quick first series, and luckily for all of you at home, we've got Joby back for the first map at the very least of this next game. My name is Echo. I'll be with you the rest of this game as well for the rest of the evening. So Joby, we've got quite an exciting matchup now.
We do. Like you mentioned, the last game went so fast that I had to come back and ask the German legend can get back over here to cover alternate attacks. Ruby versus Odd One Out. A very similar story, it feels like, to our last match, where it's a team fighting away from relegation into contenders. But it's also a storyline for some of the top teams like G2 who want to qualify for Game Changers champs. But we already want to jump into one of our first opponents, like we said, alternate attacks. Ruby, which is Blossy, Ellie, Jade, Ginger, and Harmony. Obviously, their first time being in the main stage, but they have come in with a bang.
Yeah, no, they really have. They've looked, obviously, against G2 in that first series, not as good as maybe they wanted to, but they rolled through NASA, and they're looking so strong now. So, like, seeing how they'll go up against Odd One Out, who, you know, this stage has not looked amazing for them. We'll see if ATN Ruby, if they can keep up.
For sure. Speaking of Odd One Out, let's take a look at that roster as well to see who alternate attacks Ruby is up against. And drumroll, please, perhaps. Yes, we get to see them and their reveal as well. But you know, it's a little bit chaotic. Six Sonia, Annie, Jade Moi, Devlax and Suspage, and I feel like obviously the blaring edition was Jade Maw. I was so excited to see them coming in. Obviously, brilliant. Glad to see them competing back on the main stage, and excited to see how it's going to shape up.
Yeah, no, like Jade Maw, she is a staple in this scene for most of its history. She's been IGLing right at the top, or right near the top of the scene. So seeing her back with Odd One Out, yes, it's been a bit of a shaky start. But this is their chance now to show that they're still here to fight, that they're still here to push forward. And I mean, I'm really, really excited to see Annie back out. She's looked way stronger this stage than last. And that's partly thanks to that supportive utility coming out from people like Jade Maw.
No, for sure. And we saw kind of what that brings for squads like Heroic Valkyries. Like once they click hard. But we have to look at that battlegrounds between Alternate Attacks Ruby and Odd One Out. It's going to be Sunset, Haven, and Lotus. And you know a lot about these teams, Echo. You read this map pick and ban perfectly at that. So what made it so easy to read? Like, what are the ups and downs for both of these teams with this pool?
Yeah, no, for sure. So in Odd One Out and ATN, they both have their permabans. So ATN will always first ban Icebox. Odd One Out will always first ban Abyss. But ATN's best map is Abyss. They want to be leaning towards it. So with that getting banned out, they have to lean towards Sunset, where they looked really strong. They rolled through Nasser Ignite there. Their retakes on B looking extremely good. So then the next stage was obviously going to be Odd One Out. They've picked Haven before. It's not their favorite map, but they're happy with it. So they're going to take us there. And Lotus is the decider. This is a map that for both of these teams, it's not great, but it's never really been banned out by them. So these teams, Lotus, if we get there, it should be such an even battleground.
The pure float and maybe some unknowns there as well for what changes might have been made between the previous stages and not. But regardless, I'm excited to go to Sunset. It keeps things, a little bit interesting versus the maps that we casted in my last series. But we do have our agent select ready and rearing to go, because we just want to jump right into the action here and into our match between Alternate Attacks Ruby and Odd One Out, and we get the Neon pick versus the Rays, and that really is the only difference. Is this what you're kind of expecting from these two teams, Echo?
Yeah, both of these teams, they've played this map before. It's pretty standard for both of them. Obviously, like I said, the main difference here being that duelist pick. Odd One Out, they like Annie on this Neon. She's looked so strong. They ran it on Bind even last stage, the Neon there. They like the Neon. So it makes sense. Annie's really, really, really good at her. So we're excited to see that. Ellie on the Rays, it's not her best. She is incredible on Jet, but she's also very, very good on Rays. So we're going to see how they can work together with their teams and play around with it. Odd One Out's fundamentals last stage were incredible. They need to be keeping that up now, especially against a team that is as well drilled as ATN, because they know each other so well.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, you mentioned it, right? Annie's been playing this since even prior to maybe the Neon buff as well. So I'm excited to see them in full swing here. But we do have Alternate Attacks Ruby here starting on the defense, Odd One Out on the attack, and they seem like they're poised and ready just for a straight on B execute. Excuse me. I am curious to see what this Ellie and Blossy maybe aggression into mid is going to look like, and how fast that pacing could seize, or if it's just going to be a solo expenditure. Oh, there's three players. They're all stuck down. Couldn't even see Jade.
Each other.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, for now, just some nice slow pressure. This is going to be an execute though. Ginger, she's going to have to fight for her life.
Oh, for sure. Buy time for the flank that is coming through, and they definitely are fighting for their life, but unfortunately, Jade Maw is going to bail out Annie, who was dashing in up close and personal with that frenzy. The question is, do they know that there are three already in knocking on their back door? Obviously, that Cypher utility was broken, and here's the correct response. Flip the map, aggress into CT here, but Harmony's doing a good job holding that down as well. So now it's just the re-wrap through market. They're trying to find these players and not seeing them, so they know there's at least quite a few there towards main.
Yeah, they do. But for now, it's just going to be that fighting towards market first. And this is just looking so strong. Odd One Out on this attacking side, looking for as much as they can. But Ellie spamming them out. It's just this 1 versus 2 left.
With that, Ellie trying to get up close and personal. They've gotten the 180, but time is ticking. Is still smoked out. So you're going to have to see the swing from Devlaxa. And there it is. The jump right click. They're going to lose their life to the spike, but they die a hero with Odd One Out getting the first pistol.
Yeah, no, they've got that first pistol, and now they're set themselves up for really well for the future rounds, right? They're managing to get 2 Vandals online as well, both for Jade and for Six Sonya. And this is going to mean as long as they keep those Vandals alive, their bonus should be so strong with those 2 rifles. And it looked like they were maybe going for something with the FPX by keeping some pistols there. But no, they're going to go for the Spectre, going to go for the Stinger, and they're going to be charging on through, keeping everyone alive. It looks like they want to barrel onto B yet again.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. This time, though, there's not really that aggressive flank play from alternate attacks Ruby. They do have some A main aggressions. They're going to be hopefully getting a multitude of information to inform those rotations, but it feels like they are not going to be fast enough. Owl drone, aftershock combo, going to get rid of that trap wire. So now Annie is unleashed on the entry. Great support utility from the breach as well, backside, so that no one can challenge here. And it feels like the plant just has to be respected. So it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake. The question is, how antsy for kills is Odd1 Out going to get?
Well, they don't want to be going too antsy here, right? They've got those rifles they need to keep them around. And ATN, the Rubies, it looks like they might be just playing to die to the spike. Although, Annie, she's going to go a little bit bloodthirsty. She's got the Spectre. She does get 1, but the trade should be coming on through from Ellie. We know she's clean for that. And now ATN, they're just going to be looking to die to the spike. Maybe try and get some more kills if they can. And yeah, they're going to take this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to protect these Bulldogs, these Vandals, but the shots are coming through. They can get someone on the spike. This may be in the realm of a thrifty possibility. Great delay utility, just keeping them away from the stick, and there might not be enough time. There's not going to be enough time for the defuse. They're going to grab the Vandal and get out of dodge like a thief. Yes, the Odd1 Out win the round, but that is a catastrophic way to win with that heavy of a force up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to hurt mentally to get a knife like that as well, right at the end. Jade pulling out the classic, even running out of bullets. But like you said, that is catastrophic. Losing every single one of your guns. You had a heavy investment there. And so thanks to these shots coming out from Ellie and Jade as well with that classic. Just looking so clean. Knife on the head, Six Sonya goes down. Vandal in hand. This is just looking really good now for ATN. They should have so much momentum because the buy for Odd1 Out is abysmal. And you can just see they can't barrel in with this weak amount of guns. They need to default a little bit. They need to slow play and try and look for some kind of advantage.
And at this point, it almost looks like they lost their buy up, right? With the buy that's coming through, but I think they enjoy how easily they've been able to get onto the B side. So that's what they were trying to replicate here. But now nothing found. Going to fall off. Just try and play some mind games. I mean, that Aldrin not spotting anything either while they're about to take that space. Could go in for a surprise for Harmony, but Jiggle Peak should spot it out and they should be able to get away scotch-free. See if they find a frag, though. That's the standing question.
Ooh, and this is the lurk smoke, but if you're A splitting, we've seen this from Odd1 Out before, actually. And yeah, they're going to be going immediately onto Harmony, but Harmony just cleans them up, throws them back towards mid, and they have to lean towards B.
Here comes a nice nade to splinter these players to try and force the Breach to take a fight, but speaking of taking fights, up close and personal, Spock, how do they get away with that? A deagle kill and more trap block kill onto Ginger. You don't see those every day, and now it's suddenly in the realm of a possibility. At least a plant secured. Still going to be a 2v3 with Season, and both of them are going to die. Sonya in 1v3, 46 HP, no shield. At this point, there it comes. The fuse will be soon to follow.
Yeah, no, eventually it does come on through an ATN. They do manage to win out. It looked a little bit close there, especially with those the trip kill coming on through. Don't see them very often at all, but ATN, they're good at their B retakes. They know that when it gets down to that crunch time, they're able to do it. And this was something that they weren't super good at back in Contenders. Their B retakes were relatively weak. They're looking so strong now, and they're playing with confidence, crucially, as ATN. Jade pushing up aggressive like that. You only do that when you're confident, and that confidence is going to help them so much on this defense, especially when you've got someone like Annie running at you, which is exactly what's happening on A side this round.
Ellie has a showstopper this round as well. If they want to start cancellation of an execute. They've gotten the initial call correct. 3 stacked on A, which is where the hit was attempting to come through. At this point. They're still devolving back towards this default, looking for an opening. They might make the wrong call here. They're running right into a showstopper owl drone. Should spot them out, so should be able to avoid that future outcome for now. You can see already the recoil once they realize that's where the raise is. But look at the scale up off the one-way for Blossy. It's going to fade. And they're going to be staring down the entire front of Odd One Out. And that's a neural theft shipped and delivered. Prime and ready for an execute. And looks like they're just going to kind of respect it. Maybe wait for Ellie for that retake off the showstopper. Or not.
Ooh.
Jade?
Spike down.
Just absolutely dominating there. As soon as that tap comes in, no one was expecting it, but it wasn't smoked off. And Annie having to plant safe now. This is not a good position to be in. The retake should be coming in nice and strong, but Jade Noir holding up and aggressive on this Omen, evens it out.
Here comes Showstopper to try and widen that division away from Equation, and it will do that. Jaden while front and center sacrificing their life to keep Annie alive. And 600 getting away criminally with one as well. Makes it the 2v2, but they're pinched at this point, having to divert their attention, and fortunately it's still able to isolate. The trade last second though, 18 HP for Jade. Overdrive online. Nerves of Steel, nose are not on, and there it is, the finisher. 2 ults for the round, and 1 lost for the side of Alternate Attacks Ruby.
Yeah, no, and Odd One Out, they're just slowly building this back up again. Obviously losing in that second or that third round, losing so many in the second round. Not looking too good, but they're feeling comfortable and confident now. They've got the rifles in hand. And like we called out, Annie going hyper aggressive like that, it's her play style. Jade tried her hardest to be able to fight back, and it ended up just coming down to that clutch moment, that the nerves of steel, as you called it, in that moment, that Jade wasn't going to be sticking. She was going to be playing around.
Ooh.
I don't think there's actually a tech pause. No, there's not. We're all good. But now there's a few more ultimates coming online soon. This is the round for Jade to start to build up towards her Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, there's only the Hunter's Fury and Omen TP as well. So they really need to start building up towards their own ultimates. They use Annie's Overdrive there herself. The ults here, this is what's going to play for the next couple of rounds. So ATN, they need to make sure they're not using Harmony's ult, so that they can use that in their buy rounds to confirm their wins.
Not only that, but they have to keep it clean, right? Like, this is the eco frags you should be farming for those orbs. I completely agree, Echo. But we saw how devastating the second round conversion was. So we know that these Surfties pack a punch from the defenders from Alternate Attacks Ruby. And I like what they're trying to do, is slow, methodical, try and get that information. Don't let them kind of overwhelm you with the stack gamble play, which is kind of what they did over towards B. So the fact that they've gotten this 50-50 correct is huge here. But then again, maybe Alternate Attacks Ruby could play just to die for the spike if they see the planet is going through on A, if they realize, all right, we're just going to be donating orbs to that cause that you mentioned, because they are so far off from these ultimates, which is uncharacteristic when you have a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But eventually the spike, it looks like they're going to start to just flood in here. Yeah, this is a quick retake.
Unfortunately, though, look at that. Relay bolt, now the fault line, all this utility designed to delay this link take, and even the fast lane allowing Annie to rescale up and refight. Talked about the other ults coming online, but it might just be the overdrive by the time we're done with it. At this point, there it is. Delax is now only 2 off. I can't wait to see how close Annie is, but fairly clean there.
Yeah, clean enough at the very least, and now they've started to build up their own ultimates, right? They've got 4 online on this defensive side, and that's what they needed. They needed Jade to get a kill or to die there to start to build up towards that Rolling Thunder, and that's going to allow them in this round to truly fight for space, which you have to be careful for. We saw Blossy going a little bit aggressive solo off of that one way, which is good. Looking for that space is great. But now they have the Rolling Thunder. Now they have this Hunter's Fury. They're able to truly fight for it, especially if they're looking for the retakes in the way that they typically do. But for now, default, mid control. This is pretty standard from Odd One Out. They want to look to go up here to break the door if it's closed, or if it's open, to be able to find that little bit of space over towards market. Put those question marks on the map.
And there's still just question marks, right? Dark cover up. They don't know what lies beyond, so that Aldrone wasn't really able to spot much, and things could have changed since then. Speaking of question marks, Aldrone going out here towards mid for Harmony. Also not really going to spot anything. I mean, it's great information that they know, okay, there's nobody in mid, so this isn't necessarily a B split or a top side fight, but now they have to figure out where are they, and they have primed and fast on this executed into B. A deeper trip this time. Annie trying to find out where these are, but they're not really a spot to punish either, so Annie just gets away scot-free.
Yeah, but the Hunter's Fury, this caused so much damage onto the person trying to plant the spike, and actually it counters Hunter's Fury coming out from the other side too.
Look at this though, Blossy able to find Spake on the flank, and they now want to handle that hopefully before the plant goes through. 30 seconds left, and they've canceled on B, leaving Annie deposited. I think they have to go back And Annie's been spotted out. So if Annie falls here, I don't think they're going to be able to maybe even get the plant. They'll have utility to fight back into this. They'll have the rotations from mid as well. It's getting dicey. 15 seconds left. Should be okay for the plant. I don't think there's... Oh, I was going to say should be, but breach. Annie not able to get ahead of it either. They got the plant last second. Can they finish,
I don't
though?
think it matters. The kills, they're just coming on through.
Yeah. 2v4. Already sticking it to half. North left as well, just as confirmation. There it is. Spike only half. There's only 2 left.
This could be it. This could be the fight that they're looking for. ATN, they need to push forward. They need to look for these kills. The one way is in their favor. But it's just not happening. It just doesn't work. Annie swings herself, gets them down. That was a 2 versus 4, Joby. A 2v4.
It was. And it really was just the shot landing onto 6... Or landing there so nicely on Harmony through the smoke. And yeah, I feel like this is probably, the alternate attacks Ruby timeout because they should not have been losing a 2v4 like that. I mean, look at the shots from Annie there. And then I thought maybe Annie would play distraction.
Everyone.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. Thanks to the handy-dandy power of time travel, you had not have missed any action. It is still 5-1. It is still the alternate attacks Ruby timeout coming to a close. And Echo, I think you broke it down very nicely when stream was ending. So why don't you tell me again what this timeout was about?
Yeah, so this timeout was all about those B retakes, about the speed and the confidence of them, and the fact that they need to play with more of that confidence because it's just not there right now. That's what they're looking for. That's what in this round, if they're playing over for that B retake, that's what we should be looking for.
Well, they won't have to worry about a B retake for the time being. 4 players, and now even a lurk, or typical lurk, I should say, of Buckets joining them here. Slowed down a little bit after Annie already invested some utility that's really nice for sight, like that fast lane. Here it comes, the challenge. Nice fault line. Blossy, though, holding their own here. Talked about what they can do with this eco. They can do that with Blossy and the Bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, spamming through the smokes like that, Bulldog is not typically what we see, but it works in that case, and that Dart, or that Sova drone is going to spot out the opposing Sova, which is useful, but it's not as much information. I think they've sussed out. There's a stack over towards A, so let's move to A. Let's move towards B, but actually Ellie is still there. Ginger is still there, and those two are clutch.
And they have that full Cypher utility as well. They don't look like they're necessarily headed towards B. They might be fighting towards top mid. Harmony, though, spots us out with the Eldro, and I was wondering if they're going to fight into it, and it looks like they are attempting the crunch play, trying to cook up a sandwich here, but they are fully extending their reach, and there it is. You said you can rely on Ginger. That reliance has resulted in a frag, a weapon donated, because they cannot leave anybody to hold that down.
Bit close, bit tough there for Ellie. She got 2 shots on, but it's just not enough, and now the retake. They've got a Vandal, they've got a Bulldog. They're able to do this, and they know that the stack might be leaving back towards main, but the spike's still got to go down. So actually, this is perfect timing. They're running in.
Still, though, again, down the wire, spike gets planted. We talked about clutch situations, another 2v4 in the cards. This time, they do have the better weapons at the minimum, but this time, it's going to be a different outcome. 5-2 alternate attacks group, but you said it was going to be an eco, but that is an eco converted. Following the timeout, and they're ensuring that every player can get a weapon at least once they're close by.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what they needed. Thrifties like that, they build up your confidence. For Ginger, hitting that Sheriff headshot out towards top mid, that's going to make you feel good, and that is going to translate into more kills, more confidence in rounds beyond. Obviously for Annie, falling down there, that's just a bit unfortunate. But odd one out now, there's not much they did wrong at the beginning of that round. It was their mid-round, fighting up towards top mid like that. They were fighting solo. They need to be keeping to play together, to play against odd one out, because they're a team that know how to play together. But look what we're seeing from Ellie, the glass cannon operator. And this is brave, especially over towards A, where they have shown contact plays towards elbow. So I like this as a little bit of an anti-play against odd one out style.
In this Aldred, if it sees Jade Maw, they're just going to keep the operator posted here, try and bait Annie into the crosshair. Doctor as well to try and flush them out all the season with getting that first blood. And now when they think they can overwhelm off the fault line, that's when you would have hoped Harmony could pick up the slack. But again, both are stunned out. So Jade Maw eats both of them up, eats up the numbers advantage they had established really early out the gate. And I'm surprised that the follow-up onto 8 isn't quicker here from Odd One Out.
Yeah, they're not sure. They know that the breach stun came through. They don't know that it came all the way across from B. And usually the breach is here, right? Usually the breach is part of this stack over towards A to allow Ellie, to allow Ellie to go aggressive. But instead, actually, this breach, they're flanking, so this is going to be unexpected.
Well, one of the players now. Location revealed. One uncertainty debunked. Trapwire, I think, was destroyed and they fall off as well. So they're wary of the flank, unbeknownst that there's two there. Here as
30
well.
seconds left.
Here comes the follow through. The timing. Whew, Jade Moi has Devil X's back. Bucky has the flank, and now it is just Jade, the one we said was unknown the entire time. Left to it looks like a save.
Yeah, and I mean, you could go and fight Odd One Out, but she'd need to get 3 kills here for it to be really valuable because they will be able to buy up, even if they're alive. So for Jade, saving this, she doesn't need to buy half shields for herself. She's able to drop one of her teammates. She's got full utility. This makes a lot of sense. It's not maybe the most exciting play, but it means that she has this time as well to talk for her IGL to call what the next round is going to be, how they want to continue playing. Obviously, the worst now for Odd One Out that this half can go is even. It's 6-6. So they're very happy on this attacking side. ATN, they need to make sure that they get that 6. And that's what you can be using this time for. Just to talk about it, to communicate how they want to move forward, whilst obviously allowing Jade the space that you need in a 1vx just in case people are running down on you.
Well, that does mean Obna has crossed that safety threshold of 6 rounds. And again, I mean, the opening was so nice here from Alternate Attacks Derby, but the clapback was just as hard from Auto Out, if not more so. And they did not let any more mistakes slip through the cracks after that over peakage. So it shows that even though Annie is like heading the leaderboard, heading the entries, when they are eliminated, they aren't really losing too much firepower. They still know how to hold their own. They know how to convert the situation in their favor. I think that's partially coming out of Jade Moi as well, just being that fragging omen.
The fragging Omen IGL.
Yeah.
Bit uncommon, but that's what we have here in GC.
That's what we have with Jade Moi. That's just the Jade Moi special. But
True.
the Jade Moi mom buff too in chat. Shout out to them. But it's interesting. A lot of utility expended over towards maybe a false sense of security as well from the recon bolt that came through. They've quickly pivoted to B site, and with this heavy pressure down mid, they're trying to seize again for a flank play. So it's going to be again pressure heavily on Ginger, even more so with the overdrive now popped.
Yeah, going to be pushing aggressive as they can into Ginger. And Ginger, she's just going to put that cage up. That gives her a little bit of time, a little bit of space to talk with the team, communicate, and work out exactly how they want to go in for this retake, because they do have that double flank. And it's all 5 in main. This is a 10-person post plant.
I mean, they have Punish Fury, they have Rolling Thunder. They can do that.
Yeah, they absolutely can, but not if Ellie's there.
Gets ahead of the trap wire for sure. They understand that that's the win con here, so that's why they're flanking this heavily. They're doing a good job though. Great Sova utility. They cleared around the box. Ellie navigating it to a T, but all this is done is allow them to push up from main. Oh my goodness, Jade of the 3K. The saved weapon carrying forward tenfold. Deny. I think they popped the Rolling Thunder. They'll have the Punish Fury, but still.
Yeah, no, that was a really, really good round from ATN. As soon as that flank came in, you could see it just pulled Odd One Out's members to fight. And in that split second, you have to decide as a team: are you fighting the people in main? Are you fighting the people on the flank? They chose to fight the people over back towards flank, and that opened up main. It allowed Jade to walk in, get those kills, and start building up towards her own Rolling Thunder. Like I said, that was popped by Devlassa, and it didn't get the value that it absolutely could have. So now they're going to have to rely on the other ultimates in that post plant. And now they're going to be very scared, very concerned about the flanks. I'm expecting they're going to start to send Sparker out again towards mid to kind of reflank the flankers, because they can't just let them run free. They're giving up way too much map control on this attacking side.
We do get a brief breather here. This was, I think, to allow us to time travel back into missing what would have been some, I would say, explosive rounds at that. So glad about that, but we'll get back to the action here very, very shortly. And when we do, we'll get to see if they can continue with that momentum swing off of that round 1, off of that denial. I mean, we lit it up very nicely. I think it was a great counterplay, recognizing the ults, the potential.
tap plays like they did before, and yeah, maybe the Omen doesn't work. That ult is going to get shut down immediately, and now the B flood retake is here. It's ready to go in as soon as the spike gets tapped in.
Here as well, Showstopper, Ellie, okay, position revealed by the spy cam, so they're just delaying the inevitable at this point. We've seen the B main plays. We see Jade Moss sticking. They know that this is a rotation. They are going to beat them there. So instead, they're going to play out the pings, hopefully play this out to be a fake and head back. But even then, this is just what they start out with their spread at the round start, right? So it's just back to square one for alternate attacks Ruby versus you're down a player if you are odd one out.
Yeah, and now, for now, this double hold, this totem pole over towards B. Jade Moss going to be peeking into this, and this is absolute hell on earth to deal with. She's going to have a teammate with her. They're going to be swinging together at the very least, and it just works out for ATN Ruby. These fundamentals are looking so good. They know how to play together. And DevLassa just walks in alone, gets shut down, and you can see Six Sonya looking at the spike, wondering what went wrong, and if she can even do anything now.
And contemplating maybe the saved. Money isn't the best for a lot of these players. This would be huge to hand off or carry forward. That seems to be the decision made here. I mentioned there was not much they could do. Just having to recover the spike and fight in and plant all in that marginal amount of time. Just trying to hope that the swing doesn't come through. Am I going to deny the spike? No. Or sorry, deny the orb, I was going to say, but is it worth the trade of their life? We're about to find out. 2, 1, and they will not survive.
And that's actually huge for Jade. She's one ultimate now off of this breach ultimate. I'm expecting to look to pick that up as soon as possible. But yeah, odd one out as received there just before this replay pops in. A timeout called, and they need this now because they want to try and get as far forward as possible. 6 is great, 8 is even better. So that's what they're looking for. They have Six Sonya's ultimate, and we've seen her do absolute magic with these. She knows exactly where Sovas are going to be positioned, where they're going to be droning from. So she can just ult the Sova as they drone. She has all these little plays cooked up that, you know, she's played, I think it was something like 90-something% of her time in GC has been on this agent. She's very comfortable. I mean, so is Jade Moss, so is Suspector on this Sova, as we've talked about before. But Six Sonya specifically looking absolutely incredible. And we might see a force here from Odd One Out, but I'm expecting them to just decide to save, go for the last round, and look to use their ultimates in that last round to the best advantage.
No, I completely agree. I would think that's what this timeout is about. It's about setting themselves up for success. Maybe discussing the pros and cons of that force up. I'm hoping that I agree. Buy for next. Maybe carry this hero rifle forward. See if you can get Jade and that Rolling Thunder out as well. Even if it means a 1-for-1 ultimate trade. But again, it would have to be a grandiose performance from both DevLassa and Annie if they want those big ticket ultimates online for that last round of the half. So really a lot up in the air here for how this half is going to end. I could even see a 6-6. Like, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it really could be, especially if ATN are able to build up towards Jade's ult for that last round. If Harmony can get close as well for that round 12, that would be huge. But for now, with the Mage Punk Sheriff just going to be exploring towards mid, you can see they're looking for the kills onto this breach or onto Annie, if possible, to in the chance that they can build up there. And Harmony, an early drone to re-explore out towards mid, spots out a lot of people. They've noted 4 towards mid now. This is where they need to be careful. This is where they need to get worried about that quick A hit. And you can see they're rotating over there. They're not going to hold the site. They're going to look for the full retake. And they're just going to hold. And this time that Odd One Out are using to pause, just to hold and just to wait a little bit, it puts so much doubt into ATN's mind. You can see Harmony has to swing mid, has to swing A, has to keep switching between the two. Because when you have these question marks, the attackers could be anywhere and you've already used your drone.
This is interesting, right? They switched Blossy over from A to Market so they could have that fluidity from Ginger to hold top mid alongside Harmony if need be. Because this did start as, like you said, heavy tiles pressure spotted out by the drone, but has now fizzled into an A split. So they're going to have one less player here. Fortunately, the Breach and the Sova, the double initiator combos here, and we've seen Jade insane here from CT. And this is interesting. They actually think they have a chance of winning this round. Hunter's Fury to confirm the plant, maybe get some chip damage so these Deagles can find some action. And this is looking feasible. Jade hadn't found a frag, hadn't found an orb, so they don't have the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, no, not having the Rolling Thunder is an absolutely huge deficit to be in. The recon, though, it's going to spot out Six Sonya at the very least. If it's even far enough, yes, it is. But the nade, the recon, the paranoia, the stall is so good.
The trap fire too.
They have to be... They have to push in. They have to go get these kills, get the spike.
Ooh, and I really wish JML could have played Ring on the Rosie a bit longer here, because now it's to dive into these ult reserves they might not have, or sorry, these util reserves. And they don't. They just take the fights head on, and what's shaped up to be a really good round with a lot of time bought still is not enough. And it's flawless too. Oh, the setup and theory versus practice at its finest, folks.
Last round before the switch.
Like, post plant is an advantage getting into that 5v5 post plant as the attackers. You are an advantage, right? Time is on your side, so in theory, you could play that. But it's so tricky when ATN, they're playing together. They're not even using too much utility. They're just playing together as a team, slowly moving their way forward. And now they've got the Rolling Thunder online. They're only 2 off of Harmony. And, well, Harmony's got an operator. The Sova op here over towards A, and this is exactly where Odd went out are heading. The op found value before. It might be able to find the exact same thing here. The fast lane over towards Elbow. Harmony. She's concerned. She's worried. She knows there could be someone here in the Elbow, but maybe not the Sova with the op.
Take flight.
The drone, I think, would be the perfect distraction for that, too. Annie's found themselves at the other end of a op before, and this time, you're gonna make that 1-for-1 in the battles.
I know
Gonna
exactly
leave the A site pretty undefended, and this Northa should reveal that. The question is, are they gonna go forward? Are they gonna try and challenge? I think I like that Annie is, because we saw how fast that retake was. Unfortunately, they bit off more than they could chew. This Flash, this Paranoia are both late to help support them in the fight.
Yeah, and now there's the Rolling Thunder for ATN. They've got Blossy's ult as well, but no! They're just pushing into it!
On.
This is so good from Odd One Out.
Hopefully they recognize that means that Link is the only place these players could be coming from. Jade Maw on site in hot water, and they are going at least find one before getting cooked. So now 1v2. This is where you start tapping away at that utility. Only the Recon, the last standing piece of utility, clears out the smoke. They know they're not on now. Question is, how long ago was the dark cover deployed, and can the wall bangs connect? Neither. Well, the answer there it is. 6 on at the swing, the frag, and the lead for Odd One Out secure before the half expires. 7-5 here on Sunset.
Yeah, and that 7-5 is huge for Odd One Out. It puts them into such a good situation where if they win on this pistol round, they're going to get themselves that 2 lead advantage as long as round 2 goes the way that, you know, it should in theory. So this is such a good position for them to be in. ATN, though, they've shown that their attacker side on this map is very strong. And Odd One Out, they picked to start on that attack side. So if ATN, if this is their stronger side, which I think it is, this should go so well for them. Obviously, you're playing with the Rage, you're playing a little bit different than you do with that Neon. And for now, we're just going to see a full 4v5 here over towards the A site, potentially.
What a read.
Or we're going to see a mid push. I'm expecting a little bit of a mid push here. I can't imagine ATN are going to dash in immediately to A, because they know that's where Odd One Out like to be on their defense.
Yeah, the one way's up for the scale up here. Mention it, maybe it was going to be a mid hit. Door was closed here, so they'll at least get that sound cue. For now, I'm hoping that we get to see Spake aware of this. And they're actually going to try and surround these players. So I'm hoping they win out this A duel, or they're going to get pinched from Link. And even if they win it, I think the timing's going to be there. Look, the Cypher already in place. So is the paint shell, and it is a meat grinder. There was a better definition for it. At this point, yeah, not much they can do there. Ellie in the 3K, you mentioned getting comfortable on the Raze, and they might have just gotten a new life.
Yeah, no, and ATN needed that. And honestly, I think ATN pulled almost exactly the same thing against NASA Ignite. They pulled the same, put the lurk smoke up. I think they actually went for B instead of A last time. This time they're going around for A with the B with the B lurk smoke, and that's just really good. The way that they are always looking for these flanks, they're so dynamic across the map, and it puts Odd One Out into such an awkward position where they're not sure what they can do. But Odd One Out, that's fine. They've still got the advantage. Let's just rush mid. Let's look for whatever we can in this mid.
Here we go. Another aggressive play, obviously. They don't have the weapons to back it up. Again, it's challenged and handled perfectly. Jade and Blossy stealing all of the frags. Harmony with the Bulldog as well. Gonna cap it off to be perfection and tie things up 7-7. Again, that's what's dangerous about a 7-5 half, and why Odd One Out took that timeout when they did. Because the opponent can bounce right back, and now, with as heavy as a buy, as flawless as that was, there's a chance to even convert their bonus.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Blossy buying this Omen it's a strategy we see, or buying this Omen, buying this Ghost. Omen's kind of a ghost, so I guess that works. But buying up that Ghost allows her to buy up into a rifle here as well. Although Ginger, only has that ghost. So I'm a little bit shocked that they're only playing with that one pistol. We could get that buy from Jade, really, maybe, you know, to secure the win. But Ginger, she's going to be looking for whatever advantage she can, and she pulls out the paranoia there. The retake, the re-clear onto A from Odd One Out is really good. They secure that space for themselves, and now they immediately start to back up, refresh that one way over towards A, and they've just got that preemption. The centralization is huge, and they should be able to flood retake over towards B if they feel like they need to. Blossy, though, oh, she's pushing.
She's the one with the Vandal here. So that's dangerous. They have the coverage, they have the support, and I mean, clearly they have the B control. Market, they thought they pulled a fast one, but the Cypher has dominion over the entire area. Spike is now down. Harmony on their recovery mission. Ginger, only the Ghost might be able to cover a Vandal, but even then they're sandwiched here between Annie and Sixonia, so they're not able to dismantle that. And Harmony left now in the 1v5. Would have to be the ace clutch, and fortunately, it doesn't look like they are going to find any. Flawless, thrown back in the face of alternate attacks. Ruby saying, we want to keep the lead we worked so hard for at the half.
And yeah, they're going to do that. And like I said, absolutely flawless from them. The way that they're playing around this is so good. The centralization quickly to secure that mid control allows Susbaka to have the trips over towards B, to play for those kills on market on B side. It's really, really beautiful macro, and this is exactly what we've seen from them before. Last split, they were focused on fundamentals. This split, they're focused on their macro, and they're looking so good at it. ATN, they need to win this round. If they start to lose, that momentum is just going to go so far in heavily favor for Odd One Out. They're not going to be able to stop it. So the Rubies, they need to collect themselves. This is their map pick. They know that they can do this. They've just got to prove it to us now.
Mm-hmm. And I like, again, the A main aggression, so they know A is not the point of interest for alternate attacks Ruby. Question is, how fast can they repivot to handle this mid pressure? And the answer is quite well. Only a little bit of chip damage onto Annie. A frag found to follow. We'll get to see again how this follow through to the B pivot unfolds. This is where the hesitation has come through. The one way is up A main, so they know they haven't pushed directly into A main, but they never left tiles. So I think this rotation may be ahead of itself over towards B.
Yeah, and this is pretty standard in terms of how you want to rotate from Odd One Out, but it is way too early. They haven't seen that anyone is over towards B. So like you say, Jade Moss, she's got this angle. She can call over the early rotation. She, you know, paranoia to stall. She should be able to get herself out with this TP. And then as a team, they're going to look to stage retake in by themselves, right? They could even flood because actually everyone's almost here.
Yeah, nice quick pivot. No ultimates for the retake, but they are just going to try and jointly contest here. Look at this combination, though. Abstract fault line, all to keep them pinned here into CT. And even the shock darts, they realized how many were coming into CT, and they are suppressing them. Nobody has gone back towards Link just yet. This post plant's looking quite solid. Oh, might be an opening, though, through Link. Might be an opening once the smoke has faded. Now they're suddenly surrounded. Now they're suddenly overwhelmed. Harmony doesn't know what angle to hold, and Jade has too many to hold. And while it looked ironclad for a second there, it is quickly flattened. And an Odd One Out will even feed the orb to the neural theft. To add insult to injury as they pull ahead by 2.
Yeah, and that was a really, really nice start to that post plant from ATN. Like you called out, the aftershocks, the shock darts, the spam into the smoke was huge. But ATN, their coach, the timeout here, just to call. Oh, wait, maybe not a timeout. We'll see.
It is
anyway,
not, do not worry.
Not a timeout. So, but the replay, as we see here, this spam from a Jade was really good. But then the team needs to take a step back. They're playing too far forward and they're not playing off of each other, right? They want to lean into that late round. Maybe it is the timeout. Either way, regardless of if it is or not, I think ATN as a team now, they need to be looking to play off of each other that little bit more. That first part of the post plant was really good. We need to take that beyond. We need to take that into the latter part because the stall for the first 10 seconds is huge, but it's 40 seconds, right, for the spike to go off. You need to play around the last 30 seconds as well, not just that first 10. So Odd One Out, yes, they played for the full retake, but that's fine if you're comfortable, if you're able to play that time down right. And that's where the Rubies, they need to step it up a little bit.
And we confirmed that was a real timeout. There were some questions about the graphic popping up, but I think it's a good time for one, right? It's before you get into the danger zone of your map pick getting stolen away with double digits. Here we go. At this point, we'll get to see. Something I noticed in our last matchup was as soon as the timeout was called, the opposition would completely change their strategy as well, just completely counter anything that they had, and that was usually heroic Valkyries against Falcons Vega. So we'll see if Odd Out makes any stark changes, but it looks like they're still just doing what they normally do. The one way up A, leave somebody to start clearing that out so you can confirm and apply players to mid B market, all to deny this kind of play, and Jade in a great position to do so. Paranoia, elevated position, all of this off of the trap wire support, and now Annie even from mid, like this collapse was beautiful.
Yeah, and it may be a little bit of a thrifty here for Odd One Out, but that was absolutely gorgeous from Odd One Out, right? They played that so perfectly. Having Jade up there, she's usually that preemption over towards A, but instead this time around it was 6 Sonya, and that's exactly how you want to be switching things up after a timeout. It means that the coaches, Zyfex, for the side of ATN, whatever they've pulled, it might be absolutely null and void now, and we can see that B split. It just got shut down so easily. Odd One Out's positioning was so good, so aware of how they wanted to play. So
And
now,
this is not the timeout. This was the mistake.
yes, yeah, this was the mistaken timeout. This one's not. And now, alternate attacks, they need to start to build up towards their ultimates. But instead, Annie, she just wants to go for a fast play, and she gets it.
And look at the distraction of the recon bolt too. They're like, oh, don't worry, I can shoot the recon bolt. Well, you don't expect Annie coming from mid. And that's basically the round dashed. Ellie in a 1v5 has to ace, and I mean, they've gotten off to a good start. Gifted a 1v1 from Annie, from the duelists. Now they just have to cut the pie, isolate these fights one after another. I mean, they haven't even grabbed Spike yet. They just want to see if this is in the realm of possibility, and the high-low is going to prevent that between Jade and 6 Sonya. That's 11 for Odd One Out here on Sunset.
Yeah, an immediate back-to-backs after the timeout from ATN as well. And Odd One Out, that switch up, now this is, you can see, this has thrown ATN for a loop. They're not sure what to do as a team now, and they need to just settle in, decide how they're playing around. They've got the protocols in place for shooting the dark, but they don't have the protocols for this aggression, this level of pressure brought out by someone like Annie. And yes, it's a nice shot from Ellie to take down the IGL of Odd One Out, but it's just not enough for that round. And yes, ATN, they've got the buy, but they have a Bulldog, they have a lot of ults, so they need to secure this. But Annie again? Aggressive. She still gets 1-2?
What? You're like, maybe we would just ignore her, she'll go away, and the answer is no. Even if you're directing your attention to this B side exec, you've lost a lot of players. You've lost your flank hold, you've lost your delay utility from Jade. So what do? They look for a heroic play, fight into CT, and unfortunately a pain shield isn't enough to pin Jade Maul down. A quick TP out, and they are good to go, fight along Sonya, and heed this aggression. Like, they're just waiting. They realize they have the numbers.
Yeah, and they can just play together at this point. Annie's rejoined the pack as well, but you can see Blossy has to be so careful about that flank. The Neon could still be there, but instead Harmony pushing aggressive. Jade Mars spotting out with that open ult. It's good. But now the real retake comes on in.
Ooh, and this might be a 3v5 in the making here. Players starting to swarm on the island. Harmony pinged out by the Soviet utility as well. Ooh, they almost line up their backside. And it is a 2v2. Make it a 1v2. 6 Sonya, no smokes online either for their team. They're just going to tuck away, play down the timer. They don't have to swing here. Because if they do, they might find the frags. Just like that. They might not get away with their weapons saved. And look, even Bloss is like, I'm looking for them. They have to be mid. Nope, they are in between a spike and a wall. But they sneak away with their weapon. But they don't sneak away with the round. 8-11. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I like the fact that Annie got those first 2 opening picks. Honestly, shouldn't have happened. You can see Ginger was aware. Jade just missed. And then as soon as Ginger re-picked back into it, Annie turned that 180. Huge. Thank you, replay observers. Oh my god. We love to see it. And ATN, that's the kind of confidence. That's the kind of play that when you're in that 3v5, you need to be making. Pushing up aggressive with Harmony. And then in this post plan, they're able to play around this B site so well. But now, a slow round. We want to change it up. We want to switch it up just a little bit. But eventually, this A push, it's going to come in from Modern Out. We know they like to take it.
Oh, and that's such a great early neural that, but they won't even need it at this point. All 3 players already fallen. Jade taking this control in tow. The only kind of dash I'd say on the report card is the fact that they didn't have Spike to begin with. So a little bit delayed time for the rotations to come through, but it's still going to be a 2v5. At this point, you're contemplating, all right, maybe Sasbaki, you go for some frags, get some orbs, but I am going to save if I'm Sixonia.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of them, they should save. Sasbaka obviously could go up for that neural theft, but actually, no, they want to push into it. They want to do as much damage as possible, and if they can take down 3 weapons, that's huge for them, because ATN, they won't get full buy up the next round after, so looking to cause damage, looking to see if anyone peeks into them, but no, instead, actually, Ellie just missing that shot, but eventually turns it around. Blossy there with the help, with the assist, and they'll take down Sasbaka. Sixonia, she's being pushed, she's being hunted down by ATN, and they're going to take her out. 11-9 ATN on a strong comeback now. They just need to keep this going.
And again, like, it's such a gamble play, right, with these aggressive plays. Like, yes, you sometimes get Annie with a 3K on the overdrive, and then the other times you only get a 2K that converts, or this aggression that gets completely rivaled without any frags on a flawless. So I really want to see Odd One Out kind of dial back the energy a little bit. Like, I want to see them maybe go for some more retakes, just because we've seen how they can methodically kind of approach that, right? Even when alternate attacks Ruby, like their post plants look ironclad, they have a way of dismantling them, making them brittle, break apart slowly, piece by piece. But here it goes again. You talked about it. Annie likes to get up in their faces, and let's see if it gets punished here again.
Yeah, she slides on in, and no actual punish. They're just going to back off. They're just going to say, okay, you know what? We're going to give this to you. We'll come re-clear it later, or we'll just play for this site. But Ginger, the lurk smoke set up for her, but there's going to be 2 people on her. Jade Moore fully aware as the IGL that there could be a little bit of a Cypher lurking up, and for now, a refight. Annie takes the first, and the trade does come on through. Sixonia trading her life for that first blood. But now there's no smokes. Blossy going down means ATN, they have no info denial. They have no way of blocking off all of these additional angles. Whereas losing Sixonia is Odd One Out, that's bad. Sixonia's utility has been good, but actually Jademar goes down to no smokes on either side, and now we're going to see where this leads. I'm expecting this to lead over towards B. Sasbaka, the whiff, but cleans it up in the end, and now it's a 3 versus 3.
And these trips might hold down the fort just long enough for the rest of the players to rotate. Spy cam confirmation as well. Question will be, how soon does Jade let this Rolling Thunder rip? My guess they're going to try and save it for the post plant. Probably going to fall back B main. Maybe let Ellie go on the offensive, but as I said, it's early. Annie, I thought, got ahead of it, but just narrowly clipped. They might not clear her out, though. They're worried about the CT players. And look, the angle is correct for Annie. Still 48 HP. Still fragging, causing havoc here, even just being an information gatherer. Jade has the wrap, though. So to have the idea, they had the seed in their mind of doubt there, and the wraparound is confirmed, and so is map and series point for Odd One Out on the alternate attacks Ruby's map pick.
Yeah, no, absolutely huge from Odd One Out to be aware of that, and for Annie to be that far ahead, right, to be in that position as that Rolling Thunder comes on through. Didn't get noticed, didn't get spotted by Ellie, and just waits for the perfect timing. You can see here, and that's what opened it up. As soon as you take out Ellie, the rest of that site opens up for you, and now a bit of a gamble stack here for the Rubies. 4 people over towards the B side. They're playing for full retake on A. You did call for the retakes on A, but this might be a little bit too far. Might be a little bit too much. It's just Sixonia. That recon not actually going to spot out anyone. I think gets shot down. But still no rotates. Odd One Out, they're not moving.
You know, I liked the adaptation Annie made, right? They went in for the dive, but then they also got out unscathed. So you got the information that now this kind of approach is lacking, right? I think this was purely just a gamble stack at the hopes of closing out the game before things got away from them. But there is an early rotation here. Once they realized, all right, there's nothing B. We have our... Well, when we have Jade Moss scaled up, so nice call here. They might just meet them head to head.
Yeah, you can see Odd One Out, they don't want to play too far into us. I think they're concerned, they're worried for things like this showstopper, right? They want to be playing into the post plant, they want to be playing into the retake because they got the Rolling Thunder online, but they're trying to bait out Ellie's showstopper for them to get into sight. But they need to put more pressure on, and you can see that pressure, it looks like it's coming out towards mid. Well, there are 2 people here.
Yeah, but I'm worried about... We've seen the crunches in the mid here. Okay, Annie gets swung on. I expect them all to flood in, but they're actually isolated. They're spread out here. Jade Maw tries to bail them out, but it's only good for the 1-for-1. And now Sixonia even gonna invest the Hunter Shiri here. Nice tag damage and the finisher onto Jade. Makes this back to a 3-on-3. Blossy, low HP here, but you mentioned it, the fear of this showstopper, and it is still online, rearing its ugly head. Now they might even propel that into aggression alongside Blossy. Paranoia, I think, narrowly misses. They don't recognize the timing, and they're going to be able to save the Hunter Sphere altogether, because look at the catastrophic damage that this is going to cause.
Side's taken, but they need to get onto the spike. Devla, so she can hold behind this angle. But the Hunter's Fury does so much damage. She's stuck. She just avoids the second tick, and she'll avoid the third as well. But everyone else, they come in too quick. They come in and shut them down. And ATN, they take the 10th round for themselves. And that's good. That's needed for them, because now they still have those ultimates. They still have things like that showstoppers online to try and get to 11.
I know ATN is pacing themselves very, very well to send this to overtime at the moment. Only using what they have to here. Great trade outs in the utility. Do get the odd one out timeout here finally. Last one until we get into overtime. So full timeouts used across the board, right? We talked about how important this series is to a few different teams, and they are treating it like so. And for good reason. At this point, the bye could be like, there's a buy here for odd one out. Like, I'm surprised this spot is this rich, to be honest. But it's still, they don't want to go to overtime.
Yeah, they want to just end this now, right? Because it does put more risk in if you allow ATN Ruby to really play around their ultimates and to get you into that position where you're playing for that overtime round. Their money is going to be down in the dumps. Six Sonya, this is her last buy. There might potentially, and this might be part of this timeout, is to call for actually Annie, save your ult for the last round, or buy up now, or use your ult now and buy up the round after. Right? We've got a very brief tech pause. This will be over in just a second, everyone. I promise. I would never lie about that kind of thing.
We're time travelers. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, exactly. But now for ATN, this is the round that they need to look for something special. They need to catch Odd One Out off guard, because they've had that timeout. We saw the adaptations that Odd One Out made off of ATN's timeout. ATN need to do the exact same thing back to them. They need to have something the tank that Zyfex is cooked up, maybe their assistant coach, maybe their performance coach, cooked up to allow them to play something different. And whether that's straight out of the playbook, whether that's maybe even out of someone like Blossy, we need to see something special from them here, because Odd One Out, they seem to have had their number for a lot of these rounds.
And I feel like it's looking fairly similar to what we've seen. Maybe buying into what I mentioned beforehand about playing the retake instead, because it kind of got back to that traditional spread of players, but without that A main aggression. Which I liked the A main aggression. They just had to be careful, because you get caught in a trap and you're stunned, you're naded, all of the above, and you are out of the round really early, and then you don't have any for that retake. But for now, it's just really hesitation instead from alternate attacks. Ruby, like you said, you didn't expect if the coach, right, would have something out of left field, like them all running down to A main together. So if you're alternate attacks Ruby, that's not how you want to lose your map pick. So you wait out that pressure, you wait out that time. My concern here is there's just under a minute left now.
Oh, just missing on those trips as well. Then being up for that little bit longer puts Blossy into a situation where she doesn't know if she broke them, so she doesn't know if they're there, but she thinks she probably could have. If it was, she does spit out Six Sonya. So the Sova's location, that's usually a big indicator of where the stack is. But actually, ATN, they might be reading it wrong. They might be thinking there's some adaptation here that Odd One Out changing things up, and instead, we are going to see this A hit come on through.
30 seconds left.
And the crunch as well is following. Annie trying to fight these elbow players, but there's that showstopper that we feared and known. And they try to dash, but they dash right into it instead. The rest of the players, though, the flood out of elbow, they were too fixated on Annie, and this could just be the beginning of the end. Devlox to the 3K, 10 seconds and counting left. The mad dash, the scramble from Blossy was lurking mid, and Ginger, who was main the entire time, with the 1-for-1 trade, and the finisher, the 4K from Devlox to give a 13-10 victory to Odd One Out on ATN's map pick of Sunset.
Yeah, and that's crucial, is right. We talked about how important this feature was. ATN's map pool is being tested here. There's no Ascent in this series. There's no Abyss in this series. So they needed to prove that the Sunset was up to scratch. And honestly, I think it was so close. There were so many clutches there, so many close rounds that it came down to, that they looked very good. But Odd One Out, they just looked better. They were playing together, and they were playing off of the aggression. We talked about how much they were running it down, and 8 first kills for Annie. that shows how much they're running it down, and that shows how they want to play on this map. Ellie right up there with her, actually a higher ACS, higher KD as well. Ellie's raise, I talked about how her jet looks a bit better, but honestly her raise looks absolutely incredible. So no complaints here for me for either of these two teams. This just shows how much of a good series this should be.
It makes me not too concerned if we make it to Lotus, which is another kind of Raze map. Do you know if Ellie typically plays Neon on the map, or if it is the Raze?
Not sure. That's a good question.
It'll be a thing to fact check during the break. But regardless, if we see Annie back on the Neon over on Lotus, I'll be happy. But we're headed to Haven next, I believe. And you said that was also a map that kind of tests the pool of alternate attacks, Ruby. But this is what's interesting to me is, I said it before, it's been truly a gamble for Oddman on these aggressions from Annie. Like, yes, she herself had a lot of first bloods, but it was, clapped back just as heavily by ATN. Like 12 to 11, yet the difference that we saw in score. And I think what stands out to me is look at the number of plants.
16 plants over the course of 23 rounds. That's a lot of planting. And that shows that actually they're happy to play into that post plant, right? They want to play for those retakes so many of those times. I love it. It's really fun in Sunset. You want to play around those post plants a lot.
But like, even just the difference, like this almost went to overtime, right? So they had almost equal opportunity to get the spike down, and ATN just only able to get the spike down 5 times versus the 11 we saw from Odd1L. Like it shows how, I guess, kind of ATN was looking for those opening frags, or finding that impact catastrophically at the round start, right? Because they won a fair number of rounds, right? It was a 7-5 half, so they were able to get 5 rounds. I guess that's off of the plan, right? Caster math ain't mathing, guys. It's been a long day.
I mean, it's early for you and it's already been a long day. That says a lot, I think,
the epiphany that I had, I'm like, wait a minute, 5 plus 5 is 10.
Wow. But that's fine. And honestly, with how incredible the first series was and how good that map was, I'm not surprised your brain is fried. But we have a second map coming up soon.
I'm calling it, all right?
Oh, I hope so.
And I say y'all because I, like I said, was just subbing in for the amazing Aftermath. Like, that first series was so much faster than we thought it was going to be, that they just needed a spell to get ready to jump into the action. I mean, I know it's one of their tried and true teams from over in Project Queen, so they want to bring you that conclusion. But that means we got to take a quick break, Echo, to get them in here to cast Haven and maybe Lotus with you. So when we come back, it's going to be map 2, the follow-up, to see if Odd1L can close things out 2-0, or if we're going to see a reverse sweep in the making from ATN. So stick around.
Defenders win.
And with the break turning out, welcome back to the VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Akabask, and besides me, there's the amazing Echo. You have heard from them a lot throughout that series. I'm the new kid for some reason. We don't talk about. Okay, sometimes life happens. But we are here now, up and running. Casters changed. It's magic, right? And one last chance for alternate attacks to clear our playoffs and to send G2 Esports to Berlin in the final effort. It's gonna be a banger game here in Haven, but I'm not quite as confident in alternate attacks on Haven compared to Sunset.
Yeah, for me especially, looking at Haven, odd one out, we haven't seen it from them in a long time, and we haven't seen it this stage from them. Or ATN, as far as I'm aware, it wasn't seen much in PQ in the playoffs. It wasn't seen much at all in contenders because it wasn't in the map pool back then. So like, this is that kind of big question mark for both of these teams where, to me, it gets very exciting because they can't anti each other, and we could see something like the Fnatic comp coming out from Heroics like we saw in Haven before. We could see something very special. And I mean, ATN, they like their interesting picks sometimes, right? When we're looking at the agents.
Yeah. Kind of seen this, and I'm 100% sure that Odd One Out will pick up the Neon. I don't even question it. Haven is a great map for Neon, and on the other hand, that's something to expect out of them, right? Attacks should play the Cypher against it. Feels like common sense handshaking. And on the other side, I'm not quite as sure if Ellie plays Neon. I never saw her on it, right? It's kind of a thing where it would be a surprise to suddenly take it out and to suddenly see it from her. I would, much more. It's much more likely that she's gonna play Jet. So all the questions will be answered in a few seconds, and I was totally wrong. It's Old Haven.
Yeah, it's Old Haven for Odd One Out, and ATN, yes, they've got the Cypher, but they've still gone for that Jet, and this is going to be that classic battle where, yes, even when Killjoy was absolutely 100% meta, there was some Cypher players, right? You saw a few Cypher players pick up that agent instead of the Killjoy, but this is classic. This is Old Haven, and honestly, this makes me very excited for this map because ATN, yes, they weren't playing obviously in contenders in PQ, but this map's been around forever. This comp has been around forever, so they're still, as a team, going to know how to play together with it.
This one comes down to fundamentals, right? It comes down to which team is the fundamentally better Valorant squad. And yes, Cypher, Killjoy, there's some discussion. Cypher is better in holding down those sides. Killjoy is better in taking information and retaking with the ultimate. But in an overall sense, aside from this discussion, it's just like, for another Ignite to lose their last few matches. On the other side, Odd One Out can also destroy G2's hopes and dreams for today, at least.
Yeah, for today, and it is G2, so we expect them to move further forward. But talking about moving forward, this long control immediately under Odd One Out's They put this open smoke up, they peek into it as a team together, and they're just looking for a hard and fast A exec. The Sova here alone, Harmony trying to back off, and yeah, she'll be able to back off, join up with the rest of her team. And now it's going to be a 10-person post plant here. Devilas are going to start to build up towards that rolling thunder, and the retake, it's about to come in.
It's about to come in from attacks, very coordinated effort. Harmony just pulled out of the side. Some utility holding up there. And the execute will come, has to come every second because like Ellie used her dash, needs to get into this one. Dashes out because Paranoia is perfect on that execute side. And attacks needs to find this one right now. Needs to find it real quick, especially. Jade, first frag falls. Harmony into Ellie just flooding the side. Double kill for Harmony already. And with that, it's only Sasbake alone in sewers. It's one frag, it's two frags. Can jump out all of them alone, but the reload just too early, and Jade's closes out the round. Alternate attacks, one crazy good retake.
Yeah, and that was close for the call. 2 seconds off there, and if they'd been delayed a little bit more, that would have been it. The round would have been over. But instead, this pushback, they were so coordinated. They were playing off of each other at every step of the way. And yes, Sasbaka can find a couple of kills with that Sheriff, as we know she's good for. She's got one herself this round too. And actually, this is a force buy for Odd One Out. They do not want to lose any momentum. They're going to go into this, and this is going to surprise and shock ATN. But crucially, the outlaw for Ellie. There's 3 people from Odd One Out. They have the light shields. That's essentially an operator against them. So will Ellie be able to find that value? Or is it just going to be, you know, the outlaw when you're on the retakes? It's nowhere near as good.
It's the same with the operator, right? You always have those situations where it comes down to how good can you execute those side holds. And it might be another retake because Blossy all on her own on that side, holding sewers. Good reach from her side. Now moving off. Execute will come through. And with that smoke, Blossy needs to get out of there fast. Execute Annie into her backside already. Spike will be planted. And once again, attacks coordinated effort to retake the site.
Yeah. Yet another 5v5 and yet another plant for Devilassa. Slowly building up. And now this is going to be very difficult for ATN because there's so many guns on site. They have the Stingers, these Spectres in the close range. Annie holding inside the smoke. Should be able to find at least one, does. And now it's just a 4 versus 4. The retake, though, it's slowly coming on in.
And attacks didn't really know, right? No shots were fired in the beginning of the map. Annie pushing into the smoke. Double kill for her and Odd One Out. More likely than not will take this round. Equalizes with the force buy, and attacks caught completely off guard by this one. No shots were fired in the initial approach because Blossy got out of there so fast. And with that, Odd One Out, the momentum of surprise on their hands, and Annie just sprays them down inside of that smoke.
Yeah, and like that element of surprise can be so good, as we saw there, because ATN Ruby, they had no clue, like you said, and now going into this round, they're paying for it heavily. They've got that Sheriff on Blossy, and yep, it's game changers. Blossy can maybe find 2 with that, but there's still rifles. There's an outlaw for Jade Noir as well, along with that Spectre on Sasbaka. And now, Odd One Out, they're expecting something aggressive. They're expecting Odd One Out, or ATN, sorry, to be pushing forward. The Rubies are taking that space over towards a lobby, but Odd One Out are watching and holding for it. As soon as this smoke goes down, the Rubies, they need to make a decision. Are they going to keep going? And it looks like no, for now, no. But there's still this Cypher setup on C, so the Rubies, they have the chance, depending on what Ginger can do here.
Yeah, but Ginger has to do some heavy lifting, right? Like, you need to find at least one frag on the opening, otherwise the round will be over sooner than later. The positioning is one for surprises, but not necessarily the best one. Drone will check it out. Cages will be triggered. Wire destroyed. Ginger down. Annie has taken more than enough space. The Rubies need to find the retake in any way. But with that spike plant from main will be harder than everything else. All of them stacked into the main position. But with that flash, it will just swing around. Another one, and Sasbake finds the frags. Any one taken as well. Goes for the triple kill, and Blossy all on her own. Game changer Sheriff. But this will be so hard.
Oh, and the one way up on the spike as well. She's got to push into them, look for as much damage as she can, and none is found. The outlaw there to clean up the round in Jade Noir, the IGL's hands. Odd One Out. They get there too, and yes, okay. essentially, we've just flipped it because of that force. But the odd one out, they can actually look to buy up some rifles here. They've got the economy in their hands, and this was a really good fight back onto the flank. As soon as they realized it was more than one there, they called everyone down together to group up and take that fight as a team. And now, oh, see, this is looking bad because ATN's, their economy, it's not looking good. They've got light shields still on 2 people. And Jade Moore, she might be able to buy the up next round for Annie anyway, even if they lose this.
Yeah, just stays with the outlaw. Like I said, operator against teams that want to contact for some space is always a good idea. Blossy want to take some space into garage, but no way to be found. And odd one out, pulling out of there, trying to re-hit some other spots. But attacks on their heels, all of them rotated into C-side. It is a little bit shaky from their side, a little bit insecure about the rotations. Harmony finds some damage! And the opener on Jademore! Such an important frag for Harmony.
Taking down the smokes as well. The IGL, yes, she can still IGL from up above, from the heavens, but no more smokes for that heaven. No more smokes for at all in this post-plant situation. So they're going to have to be so careful, so clever in how they play. And we can see already Jade with that aftershock line to push everyone out of hell. We love that one. But the rest of the retake is a little bit slow. The recon, they're going to have to start pushing off of this with Ellie, front, center, and the spearhead. Spots out one. The retake is coming on.
Ginger and Ellie opening up the round. Ginger, double kill as well for her, but Annie sprays them down. But only good for 2. Alternate attacks equalizes once again. A very, very important round, especially to stabilize the economy in some way. Nice try by Odd One Out, but only in the end 2 people falling down for the side of attacks.
Yeah, and that's good. Like I said, that's absolutely huge for their economy, but also for the ultimates. They're the first ones with proper, powerful ults online. Yes, Annie has the knives, but that's essentially an ultimate to use instead of Eco, right? Or if she's got that operator, which she's unlikely to have. ATN, though, the Rubies, they've got this ult onto their Sova. Harmony has the Hunter's Fury. And now, because there's no Killjoy out yet, they can look to use this aggressively. Look to find some good value off of it. But for now, it's just her over towards A again, alone. That recon bolt going to be immediately destroyed. And now you can see the rotations have to be immediately pulled over to back her up, to support her. But actually, there's no one else there.
But Ginger gets so much information with that push. Saucer's Backe. Also the smoke has been heard. Blossy Pros have paranoia, but double kill in courtyard. Blossy is there. The IGL steps up. And ATN, numbers advantage taken. Only Sasbaka and Jademore down to the Sentinel and IGL. What can they do? They need to isolate stuff in some way, but Ginger finds Sasbaka. Jademore all on her own now. No ultimate. No options to port out. And 3 people stacked on B.
Oh. Spotted out by the recon. Over in headshot. Yes, she avoids the shock dart. She can maybe move over towards C, but she's not going to be able to get the spike down. She's playing with time. She's playing with fire and expecting someone to push. For ATN, they've got that discipline. They've got the fundamentals. They know that they shouldn't be pushing aggressively. They don't need to fight into it. Because if they give Jade more space, if they push into her, give her the time, give her those ones, she can win them. Jade Moore is that good. But now, with the cam, with the trip being broken, Spike going to go down onto C. But she doesn't know about this final trip, so she's playing on site. But there's 3 people running at her.
And 8 HP and a dream for Jademore. For the IGL, Harmony closes it out and alternate attacks in the driver, back into the driver's seat. Economy more than stabilized for now. Important rounds in a row. Because odd one out now needs to scramble something together. Economy not quite broken yet, but certainly in a worse state than 2 rounds ago.
Yeah. And now we could start to potentially see this operator coming out from ATN on the defense. Yeah, we're going to see it on Ellie. She's going to choose to buy this up, and it's a little bit of a risk here because, you know, their economy is looking good, it's looking stable, but they've only got 2 rounds of this. They can't afford to do it for too long. So now a bit of a switch up from ATN on their defense. They're going to go aggressive. They're putting that operator into that deep line in a short towards lobby and seeing if they can find anything. As soon as they're set up, you can see Harmony immediately rotating away, heading over towards C, the cycle there from the breach. And this is looking like a hard anchor towards C if the push is there, but it's just for the ult orb. Just looking to build up towards their own ultimates for now, are odd one out. And then they're going to start to re-explore elsewhere.
Yeah, re-exploring. Sounds like the best option for Odd1 right now. Those one-way stop them in their track. B-spot open, but Rolling Thunder isn't far away for Jade. They're trying to push this one into Garage.
Look at Blossy, though. She's already down C long.
Such a, like the Blossy calling and Blossy position, map positioning for her and her team is such an underrated thing. For her. Jade and Garage. Does she have the timing? This might be incredible. Odd1 out. Time is running out.
Yeah, they need to choose a side to hit. If they start to lean over towards that C, Blossy's position is going to catch them out. Ellie's been caught. Has to back off of that angle, but they hear the operator. So you can see they're pushing over towards C, but this is where we called out the IGL. She's positioned so far deep, and Jade is still here. Ginger has been spotted over towards back plat, but this is still so difficult for Annie to get in. Blossy there. Jade shuts Annie down as well. And now Odd1 out there on the side, but they're scrambling, they're running, and the kills are going back and forward, but the plan, it cannot go down. They don't feel safe. Blossy with this back hold. It's too late. The spike cannot go down. So ATN, they win yet another round off of such beautiful play from Blossy, getting that aggressive line.
And Blossy once again stops with another frag. Like, I said this one before, Blossy is such an intelligent player in map positioning and, you know, shifting around what Atex is doing. And I feel like most of IGL's work does go under the radar, especially by casters, because, you know, they are most of the time not clutching 1v5 situations, right? Because it's just too much going on in their heads. But Blossy is someone that is amazing, as I said, when it comes to map positioning, when it comes to moving attacks around on the maps, and it's something they benefit from a lot. And that's what sets them, what has set them apart in contenders, from my opinion, and sets them apart on the DACH scene for a longer time. So in the end, I'm really intrigued what they are talking about, especially like in timeouts now. Odd1 out needs to change something.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the IGL matchup here is one that I'm super interested in, because they're both the controller IGLs. And not only that, they've both been around in this scene for so long, right? Blossy and Jademore, they must have had dozens of matchups against each other now, by now. They may have even played against each other across so many series that they know how the other's call. And that might be what's playing into this a little bit. Jademore, she's got to be aware of how to play against what Blossy's going to do. And as we saw beforehand, the antes to these timeouts are absolutely crucial. So if ATN, if they can play proactive about this timeout, then they can do well with it. And Blossy, the IGL, taking out her opponent, as we just called about, and that's a lobby given up. Odd1 out, they have to run away. They're one down after their own timeout. Leaning towards C, but this is where the op is. And I can ask, this is dangerous.
But Ellie misses the initial shot, but not more than enough information collected. It's completely fine. She misses that shot, especially since you know where the execute's going. Rolling Thunder of Jade comes through. Attacker side Killjoy. It might be a little bit too late. Harmony finds the frag. They know where the Silver is. So Sparky at least gets another frag, but Ellie with an amazing peek. She and Jade all together just taking the side. And Atex free up on the traditionally weaker side on Haven.
Yeah, and they are looking so strong with it as well. Odd1 now almost forced down to an eco. This is their last force for at least the next 2 rounds, but they've got some ultimates to look to secure it if they want to. They've got 2 big ults as well. The Rolling Thunder was used in that round from the Rubies. Devil also, she can use this back. And if she can get good value from it, if she can maybe combo that with something from Sixonia, they can look for good value. But now Ellie set up in that turret. It doesn't spot her just behind that box. But Blossy, she's been noted. She's been called for. She's holding that little smoke, but actually Ginger a little bit aggressive, a little bit too far, and yes, Blossy will have to back off now because they need to play as a team. They can't go down to a 3v5. But actually, Harmony, she's lurking. She's going aggressive, but there's an alarm bot there. She can hear it, but she can also hear the rotations out of a lobby.
I like that Atex doesn't stop to be proactive, right? It's most teams, once they lose a player, tend to slow it down and play more reactive. And retake in an undermanned unit might be a problem. especially because of that, I like how aggressive Harmony is pushing. Sees the gun barrel and finds a frag, finds two. Harmony equalizes the round and 7 HP on 6 Sonya. Amazing play, and that was what I was talking about. Like, I like the aggression, I like the proactive play, even in a back foot situation. Blossy, another headshot, and he survives this one with 7 HP.
So we've got, what's that, 139 HP between the entirety of Odd One Out and Jade holding up close from ATN. Oh, this is huge. The dash out does pull the crosshair, but she still swings back.
What? How did she get those? What? Jade, are you crazy? Like, I have no words.
From a 4v5 disadvantage from ATN.
Like, that headshot. Like, the second frag wasn't even that impressive because they were on 6 HP, but the flick was crazy by Jade.
That is the CS mechanics coming in play. You know what that is, but wow, she's put herself up on the top of the leaderboard with that one as well. But Ellie, she's still got this operator in her hands, and going into this round, Odd One Out, they are down and so low. They're forcing up again, but the Hunter's Fury immediately actually from 6 Sonya to open up this site. This allows Odd One Out on through the site, but the retakes, that's where ATN have been strong before.
Yeah, trying to play the coordinated route again. Lot more pushing and spreading out from Odd One Out. They want to bring it into CT. There's a lifeguard on long, but the rest trying to fight towards CT, trying to bring the fight towards ATN. Ginger, nice peek. Finds Annie, also Jade swings around. Fourth line in hand, concussed. Needs to push out of there. Jade with another frag. Isn't here to stop. 6 Sonya, the double kill from Garage might be what brings that round around. But Ellie and Blossy close it out. 7-2. ATN is back after losing 2 in a row. It's just been a forward track for them.
And they're never going to give you up there. And I think that's exactly what ATN are feeling. They're not going to give up in that position after losing those 2 rounds. You can see the clean streak from them coming back 6 in a row. And Odd One Out, they've got to be trembling right now. But I love what they pulled out there. 6 Sonya going on that reflank through Garage. It was so unexpected. You don't expect a Sova to be able to go and do that in that time. So 6 Sonya going for those plays. You can see Odd One Out, they have these protocols in place. They know what to do on the attack side. It's now just winning out those fights. And that's where they've been losing. That's where ATN, they've been looking so incredibly strong. But A lobby taken. And this forces Ellie back. If she pushes down short here, that's an incredible risk. So she just has to hold it passively. But there's still 3 out here on site for the anchor. And like I said, the proactivity from ATN. Blossy's down mid. She's already heading towards headshot, going for the same thing Harmony did a couple of rounds before.
Yeah, Atex is such a proactive team in those defensive situations. Once they located enemies, they are just not afraid to take space. And I think that's something incredibly important for them and for their playstyle. Now they're hearing the steps of Annie. Wanna explode onto the side, but Annie, do they check the corner of Harmony? They don't! Jade and Harmony holding the side down. The spike dropped into Narnia. They have to get through 5 doors to even get to it. Jade and Ginger holding the side. Triple kill by Jade once again. Perry Pants starting to come through. Jade with an incredible performance, and ATN never gonna give you up. Never gonna let the fans in the chat down.
We just had to get it out there. At least I'm not going to sing Future. I'm sorry about that one. But Odd One Out, they're calling their second timeout. ATN, they've still got both left for the next half if they feel like they might need it. But Odd One Out calling this other one, and this is when you know they're in dire straits. So if you're using both timeouts before round 11 even starts, that feels bad. That feels rough, because it means for the second half, even if they win the first 4 rounds, ATN still have 2 timeouts left to try and get the momentum back into their favor, back into their space. But for now, Odd One Out, they're probably deciding, do they want to force up here? Do they want to go for this round, win this, and look for the next? Or do they just want to play for that 9-3? Do they want to go into the last round fully secure with potentially 3 ultimates? Or are they going to risk it? Are they going to play around? Because they have the full loss bonus by now, right? But it's still not enough if they fall by here to get shields, to get rifles, to get utility in the next. And that's what they're deciding, how they want to go about it. But they should have a lot of ultimates for that final round. But ATN, they've got those ults already. They already have 4 of them. It's only the knives left that they don't have. And honestly, Ellie, the only reason she hasn't got these kills is because Jade's been getting them, Blossy's been getting them, Harmony's been getting them. They've been going proactive, they've been going aggressive. Ellie's not had chance to get any of these kills, really. So ATN, they are looking absolutely on fire. But Odd One Out, what was that timeout? Have they cooked something special up? But for now, it's just the exact same take over towards A lobby.
What's for me impressive about alternate attacks is just, you know, it's such a well-rounded team for all the roles, right? Everyone fits into the puzzle that they are building. And in the end, they found a playstyle that suits all of their talents perfectly. The proactiveness of Blossy, and especially on offense, those late lurks of Ginger also have a lot of impact in many situations. If Jade can dodge the drone, this will be really, really interesting. One swings around as Jade doesn't try to frag, but Harmony is there to retrade. Annie with the double kill as well. Important one for them. Ellie holding the angle with the operator. Hasn't been spotted, but now Sasbake. The angle is perfect, and once again, but for the first time, Odd One Out is on site in a very, very good situation.
Yeah, they're in such a good position, especially getting that final kill. It's just Blossy, the IGL, spotted out, and does get the first, looking for the second, and actually finds it. Can she find Sasbake? No. The Guardian body shot takes Blossy down, and it was close. Odd One Out, they win the round, but they lose so many guns.
And no one
ATN, they are set up. They are set up for success here.
I know one person in chat that would have fallen off their chair if Blossy did this. But yeah, it's still a great lead for alternate attacks, considering this is an attacker-sided map, right? But in the end, Jade kind of needs to get a frag there. Like, that Jade misaims this one, kind of costs them the round. Harmony then only good for a trade. Blossy, great job. But it should be fine. Still, the ultimates are up for alternate attacks. You have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown. You can play this one perfectly in a retake. But both ultimates down on both sides. Killjoy has now been taken.
But actually, ATN, they can wait this out. That lockdown was down so early. There's no need to use the Hunter's Fury for it. They can just wait. They can use that down onto long to stop the spams coming on through. But Blossy, I think they heard where that Omen... Oh no, she just looked up. She just walked up here herself. Sasbake, not aware. And falls. The Rolling Thunder onto side as well. Genma caught by that, but ults away. Ults to rejoin with her team. The Hunter's Fury down long. This is going to stop the spams trying to get a kill, but doesn't find it. It's a 4 versus 4 with the Rolling Thunder for the attack side.
Operator in hand for Ali. The spam on long will be hard with this one in hand. Off your feet, don't know where to run. All ultimates are thrown out, and Odd One Out wants round number 4 so badly. They have all the tools on deck, all the possibilities, but Ali finds another frag. Looks towards Garage, but the spike is exploding. Sixonia and Jademo surviving the round, and Odd One Out 2 in a row to at least get to 8 and 4 at halftime. Important 2 rounds to win, because if they lose out on those 2, it's gonna be over really, really quickly.
Yeah, no, exactly. And getting to this 8-4, that's it's not exactly what you want. You want to be a little bit further ahead than that. But at least that's what they'll take after losing those 7 rounds in a row, sorry. Like, you're happy with 4 at that point. Get number 2 and 3, get number 11 and 12, and now coming into this side, Odd One Out on their defense, they need to be playing around this Killjoy setup, right? It's very different. You can't hard anchor in the same way that you can when you have that Cypher. You don't want to play off the trips. You want to use them for information. Use them for stalling. So for now, ATN, they're going to start to poke and prod. They're going for these ult orbs, and they're starting to build up towards these ults, over towards C immediately. But a fight happening. Sixonia shuts down Ginger. Wasn't even aware everyone else was there, but now ATN, they have the sight on C. It's completely open for them.
What an aggressive play by Ginger. Did not expected it to happen like this. Normally Ginger more of a late lurk player. But this time, on the hunt, very, very aggressive. Oh my god, the turret doesn't spot out Ellie. Just now does it. Not One Out still. Numbers advantage. Can retake this one from CT. Drone shot doesn't quite hit Sixonia. If they get through the smoke, they will find Ellie. And they will find 2 heads immediately. Dark strategy. Finds the double kill onto odd one out, but Sasbake is there as well. Triple kill for Ali already.
One enemy
The
remaining.
Ghost is coming through. It's only down to Harmony. Had some amazing clutches in the contenders, but can she do it here as well on the big stage? No. Odd one out closes it, wins an important pistol, but Ellie with a great performance and still not enough to close the round.
Yeah, no, odd one out. They needed this as well. Going up to 10-4, that would have been awful for them. So we won't actually see the force from ATN like we did from odd one out. They're just going to play this standard. They're going to play this normal. Get Ellie a Sheriff. See if she can make some work with it, because, you know, she usually does, like here with this Ghost. Immediately is just, it's such an awkward spot to be in. You either get two or you just instantly die, and she played that perfectly. The patience to wait for that second shot was so good from her. But now, Outlaw and a Marshall in the hands of odd one out, but Ellie dashing immediately out forward into Garage, taking this space and going for this C-split.
What's so impressive about Ellie for me is she's so young and has such high levels of patience while Sasbake opens things up. But those high levels of patience will pay off at some points. Ginger, a lot of damage has been taken. Jade more finds the frag in the end. Spike has been planted for ATN. That's all you are hoping for in those kinds of rounds. Another flash from Jade, but doesn't find any damage in the aftermath. Blossy just now comes through with frag on Sasbake. Jade, double kill, and the kill for Harmony is perfect. Last player standing for both sides. Annie is shattered. Jade has all the information in the world.
Oh.
But Annie finds it such a close one. Odd one out. Economy is damaged, but the aim of alternate attacks on those pistols, absolutely crazy what they can do.
Yeah, the aim, but also the idea to be pushing that aggressive in that post-plant to, you know that you have the gun advantage. You have the one Sheriff on the lead that died in the early round here in the Garage, so you have to play forward. You have to play up into that face and allow Jade to play around with that Sheriff. And we saw one knife kill in that first map, so maybe they were trying to replay that just a little bit, but no such luck here, no such luck on Haven. Now odd one out. Like you said, economy, damage, and they've got the Outlaw, but ATN, they have full shields. So these Sheriffs, they have to be doing work with them.
Scanning ahead. I have the spike.
The economy damage is really, really rough for odd one out. Essex should go on 9. Would be the expected outcome and also the important outcome for them. Losing out on this one with me and odd one out on full weapons again. You're going back to eco. And that's not the kind of thing you want to start out on this map with. Especially after you had such a great halftime on the weaker side, traditionally. Yes, Haven tends not to be as sided as, for example, a Breeze or a Lotus. But still, Explode will come through from Ellie.
Oh, just spots Jade's blinded head, and she will eventually get that swing that she wants, but Six Sonya not pushed out, not spotted, gets one, looks for the second, but can't find it, and now sight is clear. Sight's open. Annie was up on that early preemption angle towards C, so this rotate is going to take a long time for her. She might be able to find Ginger on this late round lurk. She's aware, she knows this is exactly how Ginger plays, right? Probably called out from the coach. Watch out for this Cypher. She's always going to be behind you in some way, but this time she's ahead. Will Annie turn and watch her? Will she find her? No. Sasbake taken down. It's just Annie left. She spots Ginger. She spots this lurk, and well, she might find it. She might find the kill.
Oh no!
Oh no, she doesn't. She misses it. The classic has to find something, and she does. But immediately traded. When they're not looking, it's the hardest. They are the harder things to hit. If they're looking at you, it's easy. But as soon as they're facing away, no chance.
The hardest frag in all of Valorant is hitting someone in the back of their heads once the observer is on your camera. Those are the hardest frags in all of Valorant. Proven by countless hours of competitive gameplay.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we've all probably felt that in our own games, and we can see it here as well. Those nerves get to people, but odd one out, they weren't expected to win that round. They maybe wanted to do a bit more damage than they did, than those 2 kills that they got. But Annie playing up and aggressive, immediately pushing past this deep, long smoke. Thanks to that breach stun from Devlasso, allowing her to push up. Oh, Ellie was not expecting that, was not seeing that coming. And they're choosing to refight it. ATN, they want to fight the blind, the push, the swing through, and actually Annie misses, whiffs, finds one. But the trade comes through and Sixonia keeps the advantage in everyone else's favor. ATN. The Sova, the Cypher left. The alarm bot taken down, but so's Ginger, and it's just left on Harmony.
Harmony
And, you
all
know,
on her own.
she's good, but this is a lot.
I mean, if Harmony clutches that, that will be, you know, we talked about the Linkin Park level comeback, right? But, but Harmony has to do a lot of work here. Spike plant should go down. It would be important, especially for your economy. Flossy and Harmony herself, not on the best of creds.
Hey!
I just flamed our producer. Thank you, Magnum, for exposing me that I'm flaming you live on stream. It's great to have that on the internet.
But we're back. We're back. It's fine. It's fine.
We are so back. What up, chat? How are you doing? Harmony dodges the flash. Great one, but it's looking into 4 barrels. Jademore finds the route. I can't be really excited about this one because Magnum spoiled us already. But you know, I'm scared.
It's fine. We continue on. We keep moving forward. The stream's back. We're back. Don't worry, everyone. We are here, and there will be no more tech issues. I'm not going to promise that, but hopefully there's no more tech issues.
Please don't jinx us.
No. No more jinxes. We're just going to continue on. I can't promise anything, but what I can promise you is good Valorant for the rest of the evening. So going into this round, to bring everyone back to where we're at, Annie uses those knives potentially this round because the Stinger not going to be good at those long ranges she might be playing at. But it looks like another aggressive play over towards A from her, but also from ATN.
ATN needs to be aware of this at that point. Hunter's Fury coming through. Jade has been tagged. Jade has been downed. Break found by the side of Sixonia.
And Spike.
Nice drop as well. Right into the hands of O1O. And it's such an aggressive positioning. They all want to play this one into lobby. Jademore finds Harmony.
No.
Not ready yet. Cover going
Out of nowhere, and now, like we said, this Spike, but look at the flank coming out back through the back of A, up through mid.
He needs some great timing.
Lossie has to find something, and you can see the Spucker. She wants to top join, but then her util goes down. She can't risk it, so she has to rely on this flank coming up through A long. It's been spotted. It's been stunned up for Ellie. She's not. She's got the knives. She gets one, but the trade comes on through.
Ginger finds it.
And now it's a 2 versus 2.
Ginger finds it as well. Jademore down there in Sears, known for ATN. Needs to get out of there. Spike has been recovered. ATN made a valiant effort and got it in the end. The Spark now already rotated. No more time to move spots. You need to enter one on the A side. Jademore. SP, Flossy. Doesn't try to track Jademore in the duel of the IGLs. Ends it for O1O. And they're close. Very, very close to equalizing once again. No footing on the attacker side for alternate attacks. And if they prevail against the eco of attacks,
Give me those back.
then it will be the equalizer for O1O.
Yeah, and this was a tough round. As soon as you lose the Spike in that situation, so much time has to be used to be able to get that flank, to be able to go get it. And yeah, the Rubies, they call a timeout in this moment to sit, to think, and work out how they're going to move forward. They have the ultimates online here, right? They know that they have that power behind their abilities. What they don't have right now is the money. They don't have the economy to keep pushing, to keep forcing up, and to keep going with these rifles. So for now, they're stuck in that awkward position. But Annie, the operator, should be thrown into her hands soon by Jademore, getting her up into that operator position, probably nice and early, potentially out towards B. So we'll see if ATN, if they read this, if they think that this is what's going to be happening, or if they don't know, if they have no clue and they're just playing this round to get as many kills as possible, because they do have the Sheriff, and we know Game Changers players, and we know the Sheriff.
Yeah, Game Changer Sheriff. Something else. Ultimate for Jade also available. So there are options for alternate attacks. If they win 1 or 2 gunfights, this round might look drastically different in a second, right? Any aggressive push has been hurt by attacks, but also the recon is amazing. Ali, more than enough info for Annie to play around. Also Ginger swings around, but Annie simply better in that moment.
But the contact play up towards A from Blossy. Leaves the site completely open. No smokes even used yet. Eventually they'll come on through Jade. She might get a peek out before the smoke comes up. The cloudburst. Oh, wait, no. What was that from Jade through the wall? Harmony taken down. The spike down on the floor as well. The retake. They could look to flood this. The smoker. Looks like they're wanting to flood in as quick as they can. Ellie, she's not safe. She's not positioned. Annie just going on in.
Jade only finds one trade, so Sparke in the end closes the round. Odd one out equalizes. 9 and 9. Equalizer has been set and Odd one out. The free agent lineup still unsigned. And for goodness sake, please sign someone Odd one out at this point.
Look at that.
Such an amazing play. Attacks. No putting on the attack side. Not at all. But no. 4 ultimates. 2 of them such a high impact, such an high impact. They need to flood the site. They need to get it.
Yeah, they need to be looking for this. The operator, it's set up over towards C, so for now, ATN, they don't have to be worried. They might be concerned, but they don't have to be worried about that operator causing them damage. But there are fights over towards A and ATN. They don't feel comfortable here yet. They're now just getting established into this lobby position. They're going to leave Ellie. Once they re-explore, look for this Killjoy util, and try and shut this down to allow Ginger to go on the look she's so well known for. But Annie peeks in, misses. The reswing from Devil Asher actually doesn't go well. She gets taken down. Now it's a 5 versus 4.
I know exactly.
Lost you with the opener. That ultimate uploading, with that Sparke's positioning exposed. Needs to get out of there real quick. Back into the position, and Ellie, the timing onto Jade more. Caught out with the smoke in hand. Harmony now able to plant this one. No ultimate has been used other than Lossy's teleport and Ginger Cypher. Such a... You know, you use the low effort ultimate, the low impact ultimates to close the round. Then it's gonna be amazing. Sparke swings forward with the operator. Ellie now tagged. Has been seen. But Odd one out. Wanna go for a save. Ginger finds Sonya as well. And Odd one out, deciding to save the weapons. Retake, not worth the risk.
Yeah, no, and that was an incredible work to get Ellie up into that inserted position towards A lobby. Then pulling the rotates back towards B, back towards Garage, because you're re-clearing there, because you're putting so much pressure onto Sparke. It allows Ellie to just contact up. She caught Jademore out of position, and then from there, the round was ATN's. They had the site secured, locked down, and it was impossible to retake to go in because they know that there's the soap roll, that there's the breach roll. Even if they kill the people on site, they've got to kill those 2 initiators as well, and there was no chance. I don't think we'll be getting a very long tech pause here. Don't worry, everyone. We don't have to wait too long. We've had enough pauses. We've had enough wait times for today.
Our observer can just, you know, skip a little bit forward, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
But...
Okay. I think I know what's happening in the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, not the longest tag pause I can imagine. But yeah, attacks now in a really, really comfortable position in my opinion, because you have those 2 high impact ultimates on your hand, right? You have the Rolling Thunder, you have the Silver ultimate. There are more than enough options for you to play around, especially since the 2 ultimates you used last round are the tend to be the lower impact ult, right? Cypher ult and Omen ult come back in circles and lower impact compared to those big ones that you still have in hand. You can also use the Silver ult to counter the lockdown. More than enough options for attacks to go for an aggressive push and an aggressive route. And no contact for any.
Not yet. You can see Jade. She's thinking about it. She knows that the operator could be there. But she's just playing patient, waiting for a team. Eventually, I imagine the drone going to come on through from Harmony to clear out Annie. But this is now This is now ATN's game. This is their series to lose. They, like I said, they are comfortable. They should be in such a good position here. They should be fine to win out these next couple of rounds. They might lose one on the way, but this is now their series to lose. So it all comes down to, can they handle that pressure? They've shown that they can do it in contenders, in PQ, over against NASA Ignite as well the other day. But now they've got to show it again here against O1O.
Look at the spread.
They can do it.
Look at the positioning by Blossy and also by Ginger. They're not gonna peek into that operator. Any known needs to get out of there quick. But Blossy has been fallen. No smokes available for alternate attacks. One of the most important players already down. But how many trades this one out into Annie? Sixonia there as well. Finds Ellie. Finds another kill. Also Jade falls down. Sixonia holds the side perfectly for the side of O1 out. And only Annie falling down. Jade Mo, incredible luck, and Ginger all on her own. 1 versus 4. And yes, she's known for her clutches, but I don't think that 1 versus 4 is necessarily what you can expect from her.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, not in this time. She's good. We've seen some things from Ginger in the past, but she's just going to take some time. This is where, you know, the IGL Blossy, she's going to be calling what the next round is going to be, how they can utilize their ultimates. The fact they have a pretty good bank behind them in terms of economy as well to secure the next couple of rounds and to put O1O out into a place of pressure. Because right now, O1O out, as soon as Annie sees that, as soon as Annie gets that kill, they're feeling comfortable. They know they can anchor down onto this site between Sixonia with all that breach utility and Jade eventually out in the open. So now, ATN, they need to start to put that pressure on, make O1O out feel uncomfortable, make them squirm in where they are, and hopefully by Sixonia a gun. Yeah, there we go. Okay, someone else should buy her. She's... Nope, never mind, that's fine. We don't worry too much about the economy details. Other than that, they should be fine. So now, C. This is the first time we've seen ATN explore over this way.
Huh?
And...
What?
What?
Like, I looked at the economy for a second and saw Harmony going gray in a matter of seconds, and Jade Mo... Like, what? Please?
IGL brain, right?
Can someone go check PC? I know Jade Mo is an incredible player, but can some... And he also finds another contact. ATN needs to get some ideas, needs to find something. And yes, Blossy, incredibly creative IGL. Probably one of the better ones growing in that game changer scene. Stun into Annie, needs to pull out of there. But where are they going? Attacks seem a little bit lost right now after losing 1 player.
Yeah, but for now, eventually head over towards this C split, but the Sova, the breach, they're still here. The stun comes on through. Ellie stunned, flashed, blinded, everything in her face. And yeah, Jade Mo, she has to TP away, but she can still live to fight another day. But actually, no, Susparker, Blossy, they take them down, and the site is open. The Rolling Thunder used, expended. And now this fight over towards Garage. Ginger playing with fire just a little bit there, but Annie now, the operator on the flank, Rolling Thunder onto site, picks up a Vandal. And it's now this 2 versus 3. Devilasa caught out Blossy. Such good timing, but Ellie as well. Not expected, not noted, and that should not have been ATN's round. They did so well to pull that back in their favor after looking so lost in the mid round.
Alternate attacks pushing it back.
Spike planted.
Coming back, clawing themselves back into the round after losing Harmony so early. But now 2 important ultimates for O1 out on their hands. The lockdown for a retake. Just let alternate attacks come on side. Fight on your terms. On a retake scenario, especially since you have Sixonia's ultimate as well. The Hunter's Fury should have some impact right now. Should have at least some kind of damage into the alternate attacks team. Such an incredibly close matchup between those 2 teams.
Yeah, and Sunset, it was just as close. ATN, they're showing that they can match up against these main event teams. They beat out NASA and not so close a game, and all out they won Sunset very closely. But Annie, Ginger, the dry peek, the dry swing, it's risky. You don't always expect the Jet to be there with the op, especially not this late into the first cycle of the first round of this round. But now ATN, they have the site. They should be able to get up here. The smokes blocks Annie off. She has no chance of getting something sneaky here. Not yet. But this flank is absolutely huge from O1 out.
Ali planting this one. Hunter's Fury coming through. No damage to be found. Jade Mo is through. The timing of Jade Mo might be so crucial here. for Odd One Out, but in the end, Tasbake and also Annie finding any more frags. It's only down to Ellie and Jade. Normally 2 of the top fraggers of ATN, but what can they do? 5 HP on the line for Annie. Falls down, Jade gets another one, but Ellie all on her own. Dust Young Prodigy. Can she do it? Drop down Ellie. What a quadra for the round. But Ellie loses it out. Just too experienced. Such a cool head for 6 Sonya. And Ellie nearly clutches it for alternate attacks. The dash on the wrong timing.
Standing.
But what an amazing play.
Yeah.
If she dashes into the other direction, I think she wins the fight.
And that's the margins that it comes down to, right? When you've got teams of this caliber that are just so good, so consistent. Those little decisions. Do I go left? Do I go right? That's what the entire series could potentially come down to. So what matters now from ATN is that they don't feel the pressure. They know, and they've been in situations, they've been in really bad situations, like over on Ascent, we saw over in Contenders, where they do not feel comfortable. They don't feel safe. But they're still able to keep going forward as a team. They still have that camaraderie. They know each other so well. They need to keep that up now, because Odd One Out, they're in such a good position. Even if they lose this round, they're happy to go to overtime. They're happy to fight for that overtime position. Because they've still got the money. They've still got the ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, alternate attacks, they titled their run family. They need to show it right now to the world and to all of EMEA. Only 3 rounds on attack is not enough. It's gonna be such an important one now for them. You don't really want to go to overtime. Like, yes, Odd One Out's fine with doing that, but converting round number 12, they don't necessarily want to. Ellie. W key is coming out. Stuns as well. Ellie stuns. Stopped in air approach. Right into Garage. And they might be stuck right in there because Jademore pushing from the side finds another frag. Annie trades her open Harmony and Ginger. The aim sets in. And it's only down to a 2 versus 3. What devils are? What?
The peak, the timing of that. The bravery to go for that as well. You don't expect it. You can't see that coming. So ATN, they re-explore. They try and play with Odd One Out's rotations, but they're 1 step ahead. They're re-exploring through mid already. ATN was super proactive on their defense. We're seeing the same thing, but the cam should spot them if Ginger checks it. But the timing is so dangerous here. They've gone past. They're going back to A.
They're just...
No, they're going along.
It's okay. They're just swapping houses, right? Those American trash TV shows where you're swapping households with another person for 24 hours. Yeah,
Spike, my
we got there at some point, but now Odd One Out realizes we are much rather at our own home. Running through, invading through Garage once again. Tasbake needs to make wonders here for Odd One Out. Ginger and Harmony still alive. Can fight this one from the main position. Ginger can speak around this one. The timing not perfect. Tasbake, the aim is great. 11 HP. Left alone against Harmony. Fight the break. What? Tasbake 1 versus 2 crutch. What an amazing matter.
I had to focus for a second.
This match, it comes down to 11 HP potentially, right? This is the finest margins possible. 1 bullet, 1 touch of an aftershock, a whiff of that Hunter's Fury, and it would have taken her down, but Harmony chooses not to go for it. And ATN, they played this so well, but they weren't expecting that peek out from the breach. And, well, when he takes Tasbake down to these situations, it gives her the moment, the chance to shine. And now, the knives have to be brought out from Ellie. Yes, there's almost a full buy from everyone else, but it's not perfect for either side. And now it all comes down to these ultimates, to these fights, to these duels. And it's a C-split. They're going fast. They're going hard. And Annie, she's been spotted.
Tasbake, what a play. Jademore, the position remains unchecked. Ellie falls down as well. 6 Sonya, the aim is there right now. And alternate attacks picked apart 1 by 1, piece by piece. It's only a matter of time until Odd One Out peeks back into them. Annie sees Jade in middle, finds another frag. It's only down to Ginger and Harmony. Harmony left alone. 1 versus 5. There's no more use in running. You need to push this one. You need to get in there, find the spike, find the angle. But it's such a hard thing to pull off. Sasbaka and Jademore will peek around together. Triple kill for Jademore. Ends this one for Odd One Out. And they still have a chance to remain in the Game Changers main event.
Wow. And Odd One Out needed that, like you said, to keep themselves in contention going forward. G2, yes, they're good, but they've not qualified yet. They've not made it yet. There's still that tiny chance the G2 don't make it. ATN, everyone, this group is so close. It's so back and forth. At this point, still anyone could make it forward. But going back to this game, it all came down to Annie. She was so dominant on both sides. The operator in her hands, so clean. Attacking, she was so clean. Going in with her teammates, playing together. And this was her map. This is her domain.
It's just, for me, it comes down to inexperience of attacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're under normal circumstances where you're more experienced on this big stage and on the playbooks of the enemy teams, you end this one in better fashion, right? You close this one out, and we as casters prepare some information for other people, and me being obviously from the DACH region, like I read that on a Pixel comment. I don't want to hear it anymore, right? You know, obviously talking about attacks, like the experience lays, a lot of the experience lays on Jade and Blossy. And Blossy, also not experienced on the big stage, experienced in the DACH region, is obviously a person that knows how to deal with pressure and with people, with being on a bigger stage, because she's a caster as well in DACH. If I have to say, probably the best caster in all of DACH, but decided to play. And so in the end, for me, it comes down to the experience gap, and with that Odd One Out, 2 close maps, 2 times they close it out because they're just more clutch and more experienced.
Yeah, and I think, like I say, experience is the big thing there, but Odd One Out, they just look so much better, and you can tell they took those losses that they had last week very seriously. They went back into the VOD dungeon, and they've improved on it. They've worked so hard to move forward and just get better and better and better. And this is what they needed. They're still in this fight for that playoff spot, right? They need to keep this improvement pushing forward over the rest of these games. But this was a close series. This could have gone either way. This could have gone to Lotus. And honestly, I really wanted to see Lotus between these two teams, because I think it would have been really close. Yeah. And it would have been a very fun series. But no, Odd One Out, they win it out. And they win it out in a very close but very good fashion. Here we see 2 2-0s. Very quick day overall.
Yeah, really good day overall. Some surprises. Heroic beating Falcons 2-0 and staying in contention to stay alive in Game Changers really is, you know, did not expect to see that, right? And we might have a situation in Group A on our hands where there are like 3 teams on 1 and 3, and it comes down to very complex tiebreakers, who goes into playoffs and who stays up there. And I think Nasser currently has the worst position of all, right? Because they won 1 and 2 against Odd One Out, lost 2-0 against Attacks. We will see it right here, right now. And Attacks actually is on the last place, but Nasser has to play tomorrow Yeah, no, they do, and like we can see the groups, they're so close on both sides as well. Like both groups, incredibly close. Everyone is fighting so hard because they know at the end of the day, if they can win, if they can keep someone like Giant X, someone like Falcons out of playoffs, there's a chance for someone to make it all the way, to make it to Game Changers Championships, and that's what this is all about, right? Everyone here wants to do that. I interviewed Jademore, and she said that's her goal. Istanbul, the finals, that's important. But the goal is Game Changers Champs, and that's what everyone here is fighting for. That's what the passion that you see in these fights, in these series, is for. And the stakes are high. The stakes are high. I mean, 2 slots for those are already pretty locked, right? It's G2 and Falcons. It goes more about who gets slot number 3, or if one of those Misfits underdog teams wins the tournament all of a sudden, can Giant X go past Falcons, right? Those are the big question marks that we are still having right now. G2, they're gonna have to wait another day. It must be so frustrating to be on 2 days and just waiting to get the confirmation that you're at champs, right? You know, nobody denies that G2 will make it, but the question is, when will they do it? And it comes down to Carmine Corp versus Alternate Attacks tomorrow. If Carmine Corp wins that series, G2 is qualified for the Game Changers Championships. If Alternate Attacks wins that series, G2 has to wait another day. And the second game also incredibly close one. Falcons versus BBL. I want to see that because it's once again such an aim duel, and how can Falcons bounce back from their loss today will be an amazing series. Both of those series important and amazing, in my opinion.
Yeah, like they're both gonna be close. They're both gonna come down to the wire, I think, yet again. And like I say, they're both so important for qualification, not just for those teams playing. Yes, if Falcons win, I think they lock themselves in, right? But they need to win. But not only that, like you said, G2, they're reliant on someone winning tomorrow, on K-Corp winning tomorrow. So there's all of these things that happen, all these, permutations that are just so complex. And make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we'll get it all explained. We'll make sure everything is out nice and simple for everyone to understand. But it has been a very quick day, but a very good day here for Game Changers Valorant.
Make sure to tune in tomorrow. In amazing matchups. I will be back on Sunday. You will be back tomorrow. And gonna be a banger. Guys, have a good night. We will hear from each other very, very soon. Follow DivE and have a good one. Bye-bye. I need to run.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. My eyes.
Die.
One enemy remaining. Yikes. One enemy remaining.
One down.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Night night. Give me those back.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Attack. One enemy. Put down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Defenders win. One standing. One enemy remaining.
Enemy.
One enemy remaining. 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 Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One. What? One One enemy remaining.
Give me the.
One enemy remaining.